Today's Monday, March 23rd, 2015, regular board meeting of Park Ridge-Niles School District 64. Vicki, would you please take a roll?
Bob Johnson.
Here.
John Heidi.
Here.
Vicki Lee is here. Dr. Barali.
Here.
Scott Zimmerman.
Here.
Dan Collins.
Here.
And Dr. Paterno.
Who is ill tonight, who may or may not be able to call in. We have a long agenda tonight with the regular meeting starting at 7:30. We'll be going to closed session, specifically 5 Illinois Compiled Statutes 122C1 to discuss appointment, employment, or compensation of specific employees, 5 Illinois Compiled Statutes 122C2 for collective negotiating matters, and 5 Illinois Compiled Statutes 122C11 regarding pending litigation or possible litigation. At the conclusion of the closed session, we'll start a regular session, and I will follow into some remarks from this office. So we'll need to take a roll call to go into closed session, and starting with Dan.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. This is Monday, March 23rd, 2015, regular board meeting of District 64. The board has been for the past hour and a half discussing in closed session various topics, one of which was the appointment, employment, and performance of specific employees pursuant to 5 Illinois Compiled Statutes 122C1, collecting negotiating matters pursuant to Illinois Compiled Statutes 122C2, and litigation when it's probable and imminent according to 5 Illinois Compiled Statutes 122C11. Our next meeting is going to be held at March 25th, 2 days from now. It's going to be a special meeting held at Jefferson at 7 p.m. for the purpose of discussing, among other items, the TIF issue, strategic plan, and a consent agenda with press release acceptance. Following the special meeting, the board will hold its next regular meeting on April 13th, again at Jefferson School, to discuss, among other items, transportation update, strategic plan, and the web committee discussion. One of the items that the board must know, Dr. Heinz and I have discussed a timeline, and we have talked about adding a special board meeting for the evaluation of Dr. Heinz. However, we feel that we will be able to incorporate that within our regular hours of the April 13th meeting. So plan for an early arrival. There'll be a long closed session for that. And any overlap will be converted and rolled over to the April 27th. Any items will be enumerated for the board to review prior to that time. As is my custom, I usually provide some notes, and I'd like to read this little missive on what has been going on in Park Ridge. On Thursday morning, March 5th, 2015, the city of Park Ridge awakened with a sorrowful reality. Mayor David Faulkner Schmidt had passed away. Graduate of Near Trier Township High School in Winnetka, David received a bachelor's degree in business administration and political science from Coe College in 1978. He further received his law degree, attaining the rank of cum laude from Chicago's Loyola University School of Law in 1990, and was an active litigator with a firm based in Chicago. David launched his career in local politics as a commissioner in the Park Ridge Planning and Zoning Commission from 2006-2007. He served as first ward alderman for Park Ridge from 2007-2009 and was elected to his first term as mayor in 2009. He was re-elected mayor in 2013. David's governance was polarizing. You either liked or disliked his actions and opinions. There was no middle ground. Regardless of the public storm, he never faltered in his beliefs of transparent and fiscally responsible government. Nicknamed Mayor Veto for the frequent use of his mayoral power, he consistently had the long-term best interests of the city of Park Ridge at the forefront of his decisions. Knowing him personally, the little that I did, I can state that he was courteous, entertaining, engaging, and always ready to listen to any opinion. I will always appreciate his encouragement and help to publicize the ultimately successful attempt to restore the Park Ridge mural entitled Indian See the Land by the Mural Restoration Committee, which is currently on display in the library. Our new acting mayor, Marty Maloney, has vowed to continue David's ideals of transparency and fiscal responsibility. This is necessarily so as the city continues to confront the confounding TIF issue and its huge financial drain on the city's capital reserves. We, the board, wish the acting mayor the best of luck and success in his new role. We have much to remember from David. Unwavering ideals to better the city, such as transparency and responsibility, are beneficial to the taxpayers and are the same in any level or form of government. The Board of Education for District 64 has long accepted the responsibility to provide its stakeholders with the same commitment of transparency and fiscal responsibility in the face of difficult economic times. On behalf of the Board of Education for District 64, I extend my deepest condolences to David's family and friends. David, you will be missed. Okay, we will move on, and the next topic is the Pledge of Allegiance and welcome. So I welcome Dr. Murray to lead us in the pledge and provide us with a little opening entertainment.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Borelli. Thanks, everybody, for coming. We are going to be led tonight in the pledge by some of our very, very capable 8th grade web leaders. So if you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our web leaders, for those of you who may not know, this is a group that as 7th graders apply to take on a leadership position, transitioning our 6th grade students from Roosevelt and Washington and our other surrounding area schools into Lincoln. And we're getting about to the time of the year where we're going to be asking 7th graders to put in their applications. And these guys are going to do a great job selling it. And tell us a little bit about why do you like being a web leader?
I like helping 6th graders.
Allison, why do you like being a web leader?
I like being able to meet the incoming 6th graders and then being able to help them throughout the course of the year.
Colin, why do you like being a web leader?
Because I like going to the 6th grade homerooms and talking about their week and explaining any problems that they have.
All right, and Bobby, how about you?
I like making the 6th graders have one of their best years at school and making sure that they enjoy Lincoln.
All right, and Lily, how about you? Why do you like being a web leader?
I like that just by going to their homeroom and talking to them or high-fiving them in the hall, I can give them confidence and make them feel welcome at Lincoln.
Fantastic. So let's give these guys a hand for all of their leadership, making Lincoln a better place. And you're done. Thank you so much. All right, we appreciate you guys coming out. Again, we've got a group here is a representative of about 40 some odd 8th graders who have taken on this leadership role, and they have done a wonderful job this year with our 6th grade class. To talk, move over to an instructional topic here. We're going to talk a little bit about with our Chromebook adoption this year and our focus on one-to-one technology. Thought it'd be fitting to have our instructional technology coach, Mrs. Megan Price, talk a little bit about what technology and instruction look like here at Lincoln this year. Mrs. Price.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. I'm Megan Price, as Tony said. I am the instructional technology coach here at Lincoln. And we've gone through a whole lot of change here this year. And I think that our teachers really deserve a lot of credit, and our students deserve a lot of credit for all the transformations that they've gone through this year. The one thing that we are focusing on, based on some of the data we've received at the beginning of the year, are the 4 C's. And we refer to these often in our planning. But the 4 C's are communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity, and they've been guiding some of the growth that we've been going through. The first C, communication, is sharing thoughts, questions, ideas, and solutions. And at Lincoln Middle School, some of the things that we've been doing, aside from things like having teacher-based websites that students and families can go to, we also have screencasts that a lot of our math department are using to share lessons with students, share notes with students. and allow students to kind of differentiate their lessons and get the instruction that they need at an individual level. I know that for myself, I would have given anything to be able to hear my math teacher repeat that algebra lesson that maybe I didn't understand the night before, or to be able to pause and go back and listen to one small phrase again or one small instruction again. So communication here at Lincoln, and this is, again, this is just one of the small things that we're going through, but this is something that our teachers have been working on this year. Collaboration is working together to reach a goal, putting talent, expertise, and smarts to work. And at Lincoln, we've been doing a ton of things with collaboration, especially with the implementation of Google in our schools and each student having their own Chromebook. They can work together on just about anything. That can be student-to-student collaboration, it could be student-to-staff collaboration, and it could be staff-to-staff collaboration. In this case, we have a video where students are using vocabulary words in their science curriculum in experiments that they do either at home or in the classroom. And their videos were pretty phenomenal. They got to own their learning, they got to demonstrate their learning, and then share that learning with their peers. So that collaboration was a big deal for them. In terms of critical thinking, we have looking at problems in new ways, linking learning across subjects and disciplines. And critical thinking at Lincoln, one of the small things we've been doing is the hour of code, and that's going to be kind of permeating throughout some of our curricular areas. But in the hour of code at Lincoln, students use their critical thinking to be owners of the internet. They will be exploring further how to create apps and how to build websites. So these are things that they've been very excited about and very engaged in. And lastly, we have creativity. Trying new approaches to get things done equals innovation and invention. And one of the creative movements at Lincoln is going to be even more so, but in Mrs. De La Pascua's room, is the 20% project. And if you're familiar with Google's 20% time, it is essentially using 20% of your time to deeply and imaginatively explore your passions. And in her classes, some of her students have gone so far as to create their own business in which they're actually selling the products that they make. They are exploring career paths that they're interested in. They're exploring their passions and reflecting on those passions with one another to share the things that they've explored. So within that time, you have kids who are engaged because it's something that's relevant to them. So we are working hard on kind of having that go through our Lincoln culture. More than anything, I have to say that with the challenges of changing our environment in the way that one-to-one is, our staff has been incredibly, incredibly transformative. And I think that with that comes student excitement. And I think that we can't ask for anything more than our kids being excited to be here and excited to learn. So mainly, that's the message that I want you to hear, is that excitement going through our building because of all of the amazing things our kids are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Price. And I think just, from my perspective, really the advent of one-to-one technology, the students having the technology available to them all the time is really allowing them and the staff to do things that they've never been able to do before. It's really been transformative. I would, if you want to just check something out, check out the Lincoln webpage at any time and just look at the resources that are available to students through many of the teacher websites. It's pretty incredible. So, again, thanks, Mrs. Price, and we thank you all for being here at Lincoln tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Murray. I appreciate it. It's one of the benefits of going to the various schools is we get to see the flavor and function of the individual schools. It's always good to see. The next item on our agenda tonight is public comments. And I invite anybody who has something to speak about to approach the podium. Hopefully they've all signed in.
Thank you, Dr. Borelli. I did sign in, by the way.
Appreciate it.
I'm here. My name is Jerry Mulvihill, 5th grade teacher at Roosevelt. I've been teaching 4th and 5th grade at Roosevelt for the last 17 years, and I'm here with several colleagues from our school with respect to a terrific teacher who has worked in our school for the last 3 years, Ashley Arsenault. I'm pretty sure you all have had a chance to kind of read through our letter, and if it's okay, I'd like to read it, enter it into the record. We're all here kind of together so that this doesn't turn out to be a 5-hour thing for you all, so hopefully our message will kind of be a collective voice of everyone here. Dear members of the District 64 School Board and Administration, this letter is written on behalf of our colleague, Ashley Arsenault, who has taught kindergarten and first grade at Roosevelt School for the last 13 years. In her time here at Roosevelt, many of us have been privileged to work directly with Ms. Arsenault in various capacities within the school. While not all of us may have worked directly with her, we've witnessed the impact she has made in our school, with the students and families she has served, and the teaching staff who she has so positively influenced. Having had day-to-day interaction with Ms. Arsenault over the last 3 years, we've personally witnessed her grow into an outstanding teacher of her students, a valued and respected member of the teaching staff here at Roosevelt, and an involved and engaged, knowledgeable teacher leader within our professional community. It was with great surprise and confusion that we learned of our administration's decision to dismiss Ms. Arsenault based upon her performance. While it is never easy to see a member of our staff released from their duties, as we have witnessed this happen from time to time, we fully understand that it is oftentimes necessary for the sake of our obligation to our students' education. With many years of teaching experience and our collective knowledge of teaching and learning, we state to you that this is most definitely not the case with Ms. Arsenault. As a family of education professionals, we feel obligated to share many of our professional experiences as it pertains to Ms. Arsenault in the effort to bring what we strongly believe is a more accurate representation of Ms. Arsenault and her abilities as a teacher. Number one, Ms. Arsenault works diligently with other members of our staff, not just to learn from other teachers and building administrators, but she has grown to become a teacher among teachers. 2, Ms. Arsenault has been diligent in her understanding of her students' progress and level of performance in her classroom. Evidence of student growth can be seen in her running records and progress monitoring data. Several staff members have been privileged to work in Ms. Arsenault's classroom and have witnessed the detailed level of differentiation provided for all of her students. 3, Ms. Arsenault has also become committed in her understanding of her students' social emotional growth. She's built an incredible rapport with her students and their families, with astute sensitivity towards the earmarks of early childhood development. 4, Ms. Arsenault has demonstrated leadership at Roosevelt School within District 64, as is evident with her involvement in numerous building-based and district-level committees. 5, Ms. Arsenault has consistently implemented and demonstrated leadership capabilities in the area of technology. She has created, modified, and enhanced team lesson plans and activities. She works regularly with the building technology coach and has always actively looked for ways to improve her students' learning with purposeful use of technology in the classroom. 6, over the last 3 years, our school's literacy team has had the opportunity to work and collaborate with Ms. Arsenault. Presently, two literacy teachers push into her classroom for both morning and afternoon differentiated reading and writing. They have observed the following on a daily basis. Ms. Arsenault displays excellent classroom management techniques and continually provides positive and motivating feedback to her students. Ms. Arsenault differentiates reading instruction according to the needs of students. She uses data to inform her instructional decisions and develop appropriate learning targets. Ms. Arsenault is well-versed in curricular objectives, Common Core state standards, and current research on the development of needs of primary students. Ms. Arsenault goes the extra mile. She meets with the literacy team on a weekly basis to discuss progress monitoring data. She consults with in-house specialists to better understand and meet the unique needs of ELL and struggling students. She routinely spends additional time beyond the confines of contract hours working to meet student needs. 7, Ms. Arsenault is not only a product of District 64 schools, but she also began volunteering as a teacher's helper since the age of 15. During both high school and college, Ms. Arsenault was employed at Jefferson School in various capacities and has consistently been employed with the Summer Worlds of Wonder program since the age of 16. Ms. Arsenault has been an integral part of the District 64 community and has demonstrated a dedication to this district that is parallel to none. At this time, we are asking and urging the board to reconsider the recommendation of non-renewal of Ms. Arsenault's contract. We thank you for any consideration you may be able to give. And I'd just like to go ahead and state that You know, we're not here to critique or criticize our evaluators. In fact, we respect the relationship we have with both our principal and our assistant principal. Teaching has become a very complicated job in the last 5-10 years, and sometimes things get overlooked. And we're hoping that you'll be able to hear our concerns here today and at least understand how great of a teacher we think Ms. Arsenault is. The people standing behind me, I'm going to add up in my head right now, there's 250 years of combined teaching experience behind me. And I think that they all kind of echo my thoughts as well. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate you thinking this over very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me first ask, is there anybody in the group who has a different comment that they would like to make? I just want to make it, available to anybody, or is everybody going to be talking about the same? Okay. All right. Yeah, you'll have to come up.
I really wanted to go first, but I'm a public speaker, so I didn't want to pale in comparison to others. And half of the stuff that he just spoke to, I don't even know about Miss A. I'm sorry?
If you could provide your name and...
Karen Burkham. I have 3 boys in the district. One who was with Miss A last year in 1st grade, and another who is in kindergarten this year with Miss A. And I sent all of you here, and Dr. Dwyer, who received it last year, and Dr. Hines this year, a letter that I wrote in July about Miss A and our experience. And all I want to share, and I'm not as articulate, but our experience with Miss A, we've had amazing teachers throughout my 8 years in the district. And Miss A was the first one where I really felt compelled last year to write a letter to make sure it was on her permanent record. She handled, I spent a lot of time in the classroom last year, a lot of time in the lunchroom, and how she dealt with children at varying levels of ability on the reading spectrum, the math spectrum, on the social ability spectrum. She taught to each child, and my letter reflects this, taught to each child at his or her level, reached them on a whole child level. It wasn't just about hitting scores or being able to read by this stage or age. She was able to encompass education and make children love learning. The one really personal thing I want to add is the child she had last year in the 1st grade year. At the very end of the year, he was having an issue with his adoption story. And it came to light in sort of the little talk that kids can have in a classroom. And before I even approached her, she had addressed it. And she had asked Toby to share his story, if he was willing to share his story and the picture that he had brought to school that I had found sort of in his contraband in his backpack. And she used that very uncomfortable, what could have been a very uncomfortable, very ostracizing moment for him in his life as a learning opportunity for not just the children in her classroom, but every parent and every sibling that those children have. And it was just the most amazing. I've shared it. I work with an adoption counselor at the Cradle, and she's using Miss A's approach to that conversation that she took with the whole classroom, the parents and the siblings that go to the same school, as a lesson for how other educators can use that sort of that story in their own classrooms, in their own education systems, settings. So my kids are learning under Miss A, and it's not just the A, B's, and C's and the 1, 2s, and 3s. It's everything. It's the whole package with Miss A. So I just wanted to share that. I know there's a few other parents that couldn't be here tonight that wanted to make sure they showed their support for Miss A as well. And I know there's a few other parents here who are in the audience, but that's the experience that I wanted to share. tonight in the personal antidote. So thank you.
Thank you.
Your public speaking is very nice.
So let me offer, is there anybody else who would like to speak on a separate topic? You'll need to come up here.
I have 3 children who have all had her. 2 of my twins currently have her. My oldest is in 2nd grade now at Roosevelt. I have 3 kids of various learning styles. I have an anxious child. I have a reluctant reader. And then I have one who performs at a higher level and would have a tendency to get bored. But Miss A has this remarkable skill that I've seen where she has been able to reach each one of my children. My anxious child who was nervous about being able to read and scared and would lock up, and Miss A was able to give her confidence, and she started out with reading resources and worked very hard with Miss A, and by the end of the school year, her scores were up. My twin son, who currently has her now, is a reluctant reader and started out the year, and now he's getting books out of the library. She has instilled a love of learning to him. And my oldest child, or his twin sister, his older twin sister, is writing stories. She's writing books in kindergarten. And Miss A has pushed her in that direction. And it's just remarkable. And I'm not a public speaker, and I'm nervous and I'm shaking about being up here, but I'm so passionate as to what a wonderful teacher she is and how she has been able to reach all 3 of my children. And if I had more kids, I would put them in Miss A's classroom. She's a remarkable teacher and has a remarkable connection with these kids. And I'm also a room parent for her. And I've seen her with the kids, and I've seen the amount of control she has with these kids of various degrees from sensory kids with sensory issues to rambunctious children to other kids. And it's just remarkable. And I'm happy to say that all 3 of my kids have had her.
Thank you. Suffice it to say, everybody on the board recognizes the value of good teachers in the classroom. The Pearson group, who writes the books, also happened to do an international study ranking the United States 17th academically in the world, but they came out with some local paradigms, and one of which states that the local values and norms of parents who support the school system can do more for that school system than the school system can do for or against itself. And it's the 20 emails and calls that I received over the weekend show the parental commitment and involvement and the desire for doing the right thing in our district. And I appreciate that. Thank you. We have a parent.
Yes, I'm a parent, and this is one of my kids. I actually came here to speak on behalf of one of the other teachers, but I'll take 20 seconds of your time just to vouch for Ms. Ashley. She taught both of my kids at Jefferson in the summer programs. Just amazing. She's a star teacher in my perspective. She always knew how to relate to each and every kid. She's a kid at her own heart. She relates to them on an incredible level. It's a surprise. I know you have to make hard decisions, but a surprise to let such a talent go. I don't know, she taught this daughter at least 3 or 4 years, so she came out fantastic. So, good luck.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. One final speaker on
I don't know, there's a few more.
something else?
Yeah.
Please.
Hi.
Yes.
My name is Melissa Johnson. I work here at Lincoln Middle School. Board members and Dr. Hines, I wanted to speak with you tonight on behalf of the Lincoln staff regarding the termination of a third-year employee here. First, let me start by saying I have had the pleasure of working as a teammate with this employee for the first 2 years of her experience here at Lincoln. Throughout her 3 years at Lincoln, she was a presence leading SGA, web, tutoring, Spark, supervising sports events, and other outside obligations with Lincoln. She's a motivated and extremely determined teacher, but I'm actually not here to speak with you tonight about the many merits of her teaching. I'm here to criticize how the decision to terminate was made and the unprofessional, let alone inconsiderate manner in which the message was delivered. The decision to terminate an employee is the sole responsibility of the principal. That is understood, and although at times it's not easy to accept, it's understood also that there is a process to the termination that is followed. That was not the case with this employee. Friday, March 13th, she was terminated without warning, blindsided. She had never been in a conversation with administration about ways to improve her teaching with the threat of termination if improvement wasn't made. In fact, in her 6 evaluations over 3 years, this employee never received a needs improvement, but instead all proficient and excellent ratings, and there was little to no evidence of a need to improve in any area of her teaching. In the most recent evaluation this January, it was said by the administrator evaluating her that she, quote, makes Lincoln Middle School a better place. Both her students and her colleagues benefit from her dedication and professional approach to teaching, end quote. The message this termination sends to the Lincoln staff, the community, the parents, and students is that this district isn't committed to teachers improving, at least not with the help of the building administration. This is a message that disheartens me as a teacher and as a parent and as a resident of Park Ridge. Later tonight, you'll hear from the report of the CEC visit. Perry Seldwettel, the director of CEC, said in the preliminary findings presentation that, quote, teacher evaluation should have nothing to do with dismissal. It should have everything to do with helping teachers with their craft, end quote. Unfortunately, in this case, I think we missed the mark. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Borelli, Dr. Hines, members of the Board of Education. My name is Missy Michon. I'm a first grade teacher at Field. I'm also a Park Ridge resident for 33 years, and my husband and my children are all have all gone through District 64 schools. I'm here along with many members of the Field School staff tonight to talk to you about the dismissal of one of our colleagues. To District 64 school board members, we are writing and sharing this letter to express our strong support for Kelsey Engel as a valuable member of our learning community at Field School, and to express our extreme disappointment, confusion, and concern over her recent dismissal. The decision to dismiss Kelsey is one that has shocked the Field staff, as many of us have seen firsthand what an excellent teacher she is. Kelsey works tirelessly every day to provide her students with differentiated, standards-based instruction, utilizing a variety of teaching techniques. Kelsey invites students in before school and during lunch to remediate instruction and to meet every child where he or she is. Kelsey begins her lessons with a learning target, making sure students know what is expected of them. She follows a gradual release of control model so students have ample opportunities to practice new skills and apply them in a variety of contexts. Kelsey engages students in their learning by making real-world connections, asking poignant questions, and utilizing a variety of other techniques. Kelsey seeks out individual time with each of her students to get to know them as learners and people. She uses these relationships to leverage student learning, make students feel comfortable and excited to take risks, to explore new learning, to set goals, and to reflect on their own progress. She extends these relationships to student families by communicating through in-person meetings, emails, and phone calls. Kelsey also invites parents into her classroom as guest readers to further facilitate learning partnerships. Kelsey problem solves with the fourth grade team daily to ensure all students' needs are being met and to analyze data and make necessary adjustments to planning and instruction. Through daily conversation, Kelsey shares best practices and learns how to improve her own instruction.
Kelsey has collaborated with teachers across grade levels and subject areas to observe their instruction and learn from successes they see in their classrooms. As a constant thought partner for her team, Kelsey is eager to share what she's learned from her own teaching, from other classrooms, and her graduate studies, and uses these dialogues to help continuously improve her own instruction. The field staff is a highly functioning, supportive, collegial family. In the past 2 years, we have become stronger and better because of Kelsey, and we are disheartened at the thought of losing her. Kelsey is an asset not only to Field School, but also District 64 as a whole. In addition to the impact she has had on her students, colleagues, and families, she has worked extremely hard as an active member of the Wellness Committee, the Outreach Committee, and the Technology Integration Committee. She has also been a volunteer coach for Girls on the Run for all 3 years that she's been here, and she was instrumental in the expansion of that program at Field School this year. The Field family is asking you to reconsider the decision to dismiss Kelsey Engel, a deeply valued member of our learning community. We very much thank you for any consideration.
Hi, I'd just like to add a couple more things about Kelsey Engel. I was Kelsey's first and second grade teacher when she went to school here in this district, so you can imagine my excitement when I found out Kelsey was going to be teaching at the school where my son currently attends. And for the couple of years she's been at the school, I've been, running around bragging to everybody that I was her teacher and asking how she was doing. And although my son is not in her homeroom, I just get the impression from all these parents that they absolutely love her. And of course, as many of you know, Field is a very social group of parents, and I've had several parents, sending me messages about what happened, and of course, I'm very politically correct about it, but the parents are upset. So I just want to pass along that she is well respected by the parents and that they are not very happy about Kelsey's dismissal. So thank you.
This is one parent that showed up for Ms. Engel. Just wanted to speak on behalf of some of the other parents and my husband as well. Lucy, can you come stand next to me? Dr. Hines, the board, this is a really difficult thing for my daughter to be here, but I wanted to read a letter to you that I wrote to Ms. Engel, and I'll try to be quick. I know that we probably have a lot of things to talk about, but I wanted to talk about her innovation, her leadership, her commitment to the students. Okay, my husband was immediately impressed with Ms. Engel the first day that he had met her. He said, this is going to be a great year because of her innovation, the way that she thinks, the way that she involves the parents, and she has followed that throughout the entire year. Here's the letter. By the way, my name is Heather Ruiz. I've got my 4th grade daughter here, Lucy. Dear Ms. Engel, we, without a doubt, will support you. You can count on us for speaking on Monday on behalf of your amazing performance. Your influence has changed our daughter in the most positive ways, including her scholastic performance, but also so much more. Lucy's development as a person has improved by leaps and bounds under your care. I'm nervous too, don't worry, Lucy. Your loving commitment to these maturing kids has put an unwavering confidence in her and the same confidence level in us of your abilities. Not only has she deeply learned to believe in her self-worth, but also her understanding of her role in society and her wisdom as a person has evolved this year more than ever. You picked up right where the other great teachers left off. You were excellent and you are a gift. You are by far one of the best teachers we have had the pleasure to know, and you are informed, organized, committed, and have earned all of the respect of these students. I've been in the classroom, I've seen her, she's just amazing. I don't think my child has ever loved an authority figure like you, and she's hard to please. Let's see what else. You've worked with Lucy's weaknesses and her lack of focus and stubbornness. Although she's a great kid and very smart, you've seen this girl develop into the beautiful gem that she is. You never gave up on her. You noticed and notified me personally when you saw her math grades drop, offering to coach her one-on-one, which you did on Thursdays on your own time. fully willing to stick to that commitment when Lucy was transferred to another math teacher. Again and again. We took advantage of that tutoring, and she improved so much. Just look at the records. You took it the extra step, too, by updating me and respectfully reminding this busy parent that we have tools, too. Extra math, talking to her on a daily basis, and working with flashcards. We commit to that 5 to 10 minutes a day, just like you suggested, and we plan to continue this throughout the summer. And like a true warrior, you continue the conversation with me and Alex as we saw her skills improving, pushing to improve her even more, making her the very best. I'm sad now too, recalling all of the emails and personal conversations that we had about my daughter's growth, not only in math, but in social studies and in writing. She's really good at writing, and in her personal development. Because of the profound impact that you've made on my daughter, my family is fully committed to you today and next year and our entire lives, because for this entire lifetime, I will credit you, Miss Engel, for the part that you played in developing my amazing kid, Lucy Ruiz, my legacy. I have every hope that not only will you keep your position at District 64, but one day you will be honored for this incredible, innovative skill set that you have, demonstrating to the next generation of teachers how to relate, how to inspire children the way that you do. Sometimes changes like this come our way and show us just how strong we can be. Honor yourself and don't let this weaken you. Stand strong and proud in your abilities. You are one of the greats. Thank you for your leadership role in empowering young females in the Girls in the Run program. There is nothing that this society needs more in this time. We should all encourage these young minds to be the very best that they can be. This is another true example of the positive role model that you embody. My daughter was writing a card, and she said in the beginning of this card, "It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy and creative expression and knowledge in children," by Albert Einstein. Lucy, do you want to take the opportunity to say something? Okay. She wanted me to tell you that you're her favorite teacher, and you didn't just go from good, you went to great. She had the best year because of you, Miss Engel. I love you.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Thank you.
And
a few more.
Somebody?
Hi, I'm Mariana Alexanian. I'm a 5th grader at Field School and I live in Park Ridge. When my mom told me Miss Engel will not be here next year, I was really sad. She did so much to make my learning come alive, and one of those things was getting out of her way to challenge me in math. She also kept me busy with a lot of homework, and I enjoyed it. When I was in 4th grade, I never wanted to miss a day of school. Miss Engel made learning fun. She also helped the people who needed it most in all subjects and took her time to help them. She also had fun games to help us with memorizing our state capitals, and because of that, I got an A+ on all of them. The most important thing is that she prepared all of her students for 5th grade. My little brother is currently in 3rd grade, and he is hoping for Miss Engel. I think Park Ridge could really use teachers like Miss Engel. It would be a loss to not have her at Field School. Even if there is not a position available at Field, let's keep Miss Engel in the district.
Well,
Nice
thank
job.
you.
Hi, I'm Lucas Alexanian, Mariana Alexanian's younger brother. When Mariana was in 4th grade, she shared all the good stories how Miss Engel makes learning fun. I was hoping to get her for 4th grade, so please keep her at Field School.
Thank you.
Last, I guess. My name's Terry Flynn. My daughter Keely Flynn had Miss Engel over at Carpenter for 5th grade. I guess that was her first year. I saw my daughter grow from being incredibly shy to coming out of her shell and realizing through seeing a role model of somebody that grew up in the community and someone that enjoyed teaching and was an inspiration to the girls, that I saw her come out of her shell. She's a great teacher. We need more teachers like her, not less.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Meg Stratman. I came in support of Ashley Arsenal, and I was going to come and speak on her behalf, but I think everyone else has done a very articulate job in doing that already. My concern is I've heard from parents, and being one myself, two of my 3 daughters have had Miss A, and we've had an excellent experience. I've heard from her colleagues nothing but excellent things. Everyone that I've spoken with, both her colleagues and fellow parents, everyone is confused about why this is happening. And so my concern of the third piece of this puzzle is the administration. When I asked Miss A what happened, and she said, "I don't know why I'm being let go." That concerns me as an educator as well, because if there's not a clear understanding as to how we're being assessed, and feedback and the feedback loops and the opportunities to improve, how can you expect to grow these fantastic faculty members into what we're expecting? She is young, she is awesome, and you're losing out if you're not giving that constant feedback, because what now, 2 of my children have had her. So what, as a parent, I haven't heard any great explanations to why she's being let go. I have concerns. Is there something that you know that I don't know? And now you're going to start over again with somebody new who doesn't know the system, and you're going to do it again? And then at the end of that 3rd year, are you going to do the same thing? So I guess I would like a little bit more transparency as a parent to understand why. And if there isn't the transparency, if you, for some reason, I know there's personnel issues, you can't, I understand that. And I don't expect anything like that. But if the person being let go isn't clear, then I think there's maybe not, from her perspective, maybe there's not enough feedback to give her the opportunity to improve in areas that you think she needs to improve. And so I guess that's my concern as a parent. How do we know this isn't going to continue to happen? Because faculty gets older, and we need to start growing this young faculty, and it takes a feedback system that works and an assessment system that works to get us to that excellent staff. So thank you.
Thank you. We have heard from lots of staff, lots of families tonight. The board in closed session had an extended discussion to hear the administration side of it and to honor the issue and honor all the folks here rather than wait another hour and a half or 2 hours till we get to the consent agenda. I propose that we move this forward so that we can have this, this discussion and vote on this now. And furthermore, I suggest that we separate it from the consent agenda so that it can be a very specific item so that we can deal with this appropriately. That being said, is anybody willing to make a motion here? Or I can, certainly, if there'll be a second. So I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve the personnel report, including resolution number 1134, non-reemployment of part-time educational support personnel employees, resolution number 1135, dismissal of 1st or 2nd or 3rd year probationary teachers for reasons other than reduction in force, resolution number 1136, honorable dismissal of teachers, resolution 1137, dismissal of probationary educational support personnel employees. Is there a second?
Second.
Now, traditionally, once the motion is seconded, we open it up for discussion. And Dr. Hines, I believe you have a comment?
Sure. I didn't catch the last gal who spoke's name, so I'm sorry I can't address you by your name. But just so the room knows, we are currently in the process of looking at our evaluation instrument. We have 2 committees working. We have an evaluation committee and a prepara committee working, because we agree with you that we need to have an instrument that's built on a solid foundation, that really has clear objectives, has clear rubrics and descriptors, so teachers know what it is, in fact, very specifically that we are looking for within each of the main categories of the evaluation instrument. We also want to make sure we have an eval tool that has a rubric, so we know what proficient looks like, distinguished, needs improvement, or unsatisfactory looks like. So that is all in process. They began the work here in district last year. It's continuing this year, and we're going to continue to work until the 2016-17 deadline, where we know we have to have not only a tool that's compliant in terms of Senate Bill 50 and the para legislation, but one that is, to your point, really going to help cultivate not only our young teachers, but continue to stretch our veterans. That is our ultimate goal, and I do wholeheartedly agree that that is one of the purposes of teacher evaluation. So certainly decisions like these are never easy when they involve teachers that we have, for years grown to care about. So I think it's nice to see that so many staff have been involved. They've come to support the teachers that they've grown to love and work with in their building. And certainly speaks, I think, volumes of the Park Ridge community, because I've never gotten so many emails in a short period of time surrounding how passionate our community feels about our teachers. As I'm sure everyone, with the exception of maybe the children in the room, know, personnel matters are highly confidential. Teachers are able to share all kinds of information with one another. Administratively, unfortunately, we can't go into what makes us come to a point of non-renewal with certain staff. But I want everyone in the room to know that our administrators take their job very seriously, and they have worked very hard to try to make the right recommendations based on the time that they spend in the schools and in the classrooms on a daily basis, not only doing their observations formally, but informal conversations with kids as a school building, as a grade level, and really looking beyond the walls of a school building to the overall impact that the staff will have long-term on a district. I don't think the administrators in the room, I think they take this very, very seriously, and it's certainly, as I've said, never easy. It's multifaceted. We've had numerous conversations, and they do stand by the recommendations that these folks in their first, second, or third year, and in their third year there are 24 third-year teachers, so I don't want anyone to think we're getting rid of all third years. There's nothing magical about that year. But in the instances of these 3 kids, the building administrators made a recommendation, and it is one that we feel is justified. And we are going to uphold that recommendation to release the 5 folks on the personnel report tonight.
Tony, if I may just add a word about kind of how I approach this as a board member, and I suspect this is similar to the way that most of my colleagues approach it too. We get faced with a whole bunch of different issues related to the school district, from finances to facilities to curriculum, et cetera. The personnel issues are probably the issues that I find I defer most to our administrators about. I'm not in the classrooms. I don't see the employees work firsthand. And so we, every meeting we hire teachers that we have not interviewed, that our administration has interviewed. Once a year we dismiss teachers. And as a board member, I don't have firsthand knowledge of those. In general, those are routine votes. Occasionally, we get a lot of feedback, as we have this evening. And when I see the number of emails and the number of folks coming up to the microphone that I've seen in the last few days, as a board member, I do worry. And what I do as a board member is I reach out to our administrators and I ask for an explanation. Why is it that we are doing X when we are getting however many parent, comments in support of or opposed to what you're doing? And I look for an answer. I still defer at the end of the day to the administration's recommendation, provided that I've received a reasonable answer. So, in response to what I've seen over the last few days, I've reached out to Dr. Hines, I've reached out to Mr. Martin, they've reached out to the principal and assistant principal. We've talked about this as a board. I've talked one-on-one to folks about this. And, ultimately, for me as a board member, it's a very difficult decision to make, and it's one that I have to hope and ultimately trust the administrators that we as a board have hired to have made the right decision. So I plan to go ahead and support the recommendations. I've listened very carefully to what I've heard from parents this evening. And I'm keeping that with me. It does affect me, but at the end of the day, this is the kind of decision that we, very much have to trust the folks that we've hired to make those decisions. So I just wanted to make that comment about process without getting into the substance of any of the individual personnel.
Thank you, John. Is there any other board member comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to say the same thing. You know, I mean, this isn't a decision that we take lightly. You know, we as a board have talked about this. In personnel decisions, there are certain limitations that we have. However, you know, at the end, we do have to defer to the administration and the principals who are closest to the students and the teachers on a regular basis and are put in these positions to make these tough decisions. So we realize these aren't easy decisions for anyone, but they're decisions that the administration and principals are bringing to us as they feel is right. And for that reason, I'm also going to vote yes, because we've put them in this position to help us make these decisions, and I think the right thing to do is follow their direction.
Thanks, Dan. Anybody else? And if not, my final comment is I feel as a board member, my job is to make certain that the process has been followed, that the process has been fair and equitable and has followed guidelines, and the evaluation process that's in existence is being utilized. And that was mainly our discussion and mainly my focus in our closed session tonight. I agree this is never an easy concept, and everybody deserves a fair hearing, and that was my main goal, is to get both sides of the story, because there's always two sides of the story. I have to leave the final adjudication to the peers to make that decision. I'm not a teacher, I'm not an educator, I'm not trained as an educator. I have to rely on our staff, our administrative staff, who are educators, who are senior administrators, who are senior educators, to provide that glimmer of knowledge to us. Therefore, we are ready for a vote. Bob?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
The
Can you repeat
They
that,
asked if we
Gretchen?
made a decision before.
Gretchen, can you come to the microphone?
Hi, my name is Gretchen Barina. I'm a mom of students at Roosevelt, and I came here with several of my other parents. Lots of us are out here to support Ms. Arsenault. There were several other people from other schools. Why are we here to speak and just pour out our love and support for people if the decision seems to have already been made? Why didn't you wait to hear from us until you made your decision? Because it sounds like the administrators put in the recommendation to let these teachers go, and yet, and how many are administrators? Just the principal and assistant principal, and yet you have 20 teachers and 20 parents who are, our children come home every day and tell us that they either like school or they don't like school. How much time is that administrator in the classroom with them? You have the literacy teacher who is in the classroom with them every day. I don't understand what our input was here for if you've already made your decision. You should listen to our input.
Well, we normally don't respond to individual questions like that, but I can tell you, first of all, thanks for coming up. Second of all, I'd have to disagree with you. Decisions are made here when all the evidence is compiled, when we have enough information to make a decision. My decision was made up after I heard staff, family, friends, when I heard administrator, when I got my 20 emails and phone calls over the weekend. I was compiling evidence and information. I was compiling it all so that I can come to one final conclusion. My mind was not made up. I disagree with you, but unless you're inside my head understanding what I'm thinking, you can't possibly make that decision. So my decision was made tonight here as we talked, and I had a single individual vote, and I made my vote after I heard everybody speak what they said.
Can you come up to the podium?
The decision, like Tony said, my decision was not made. I had to come here. Am I going to have a chance to speak? Are you asking me to reply? If you're not asking me to reply, I won't reply then.
Can I ask you a favor? If you could just come to the podium. Anytime anyone addresses the board, they need to come here. That's just decorum, rather.
I don't want to make this an argumentative place, but if I could ask either if it's now or in another venue, that our school administration, whom I entirely respect, if they can articulate to us, the parents of the students of Miss A, and for the other schools as well, how they came to this decision, because we're blindsided. You're the board, you have your job to do, the administrator, but our school administration, I feel, owes us an explanation as to how that we got to this point in the first place.
And I feel like we're going to be here every 3 years. We're going to get a new teacher next year. All the other schools are going to get a new teacher next year. They're going to be riffed at the end of every school year for the next 3 years. And then they're going to get laid off. And we're going to be right back here in 3 years. It feels like a cost-saving measure for the school district.
Well, if I can address that final comment as you were walking away, cost saving. You know, in our capital projections, we have not only every teaching slot filled, but we have on the docket 7 additional positions to fill bubble positions. So there is no inclination for headhunting or releasing anybody or anything. This, as stated by the administration, tonight's recommendation by administration was purely a performance. This is not to reduce staff. In fact, we're looking to increase staff. And that's the information that was brought to the board. Yeah. Kathy, we have to go.
Okay.
So the next item on our agenda
Dr. Lopez? Are you using the projection system or just, okay.
I just feel I have to say this because I heard 3 of you say that you're deferring judgment to the administration. And I feel like I vote for you guys to be a school board, and I would hope that you would make decisions yourselves and weigh all the information and not just say, I'm not a teacher, so I'm going to go with what they say. I would like you all to be thoughtful participants in these decisions. And the fact that 3 of you, I think, said, I'm deferring to what they say, regardless of how I feel and regardless of my opinion, that concerns me because I think you guys should be here questioning all of this and trying to get to the bottom of it, not just deferring to somebody else's decision. So I find that a bit disappointing this evening.
Dr. Lopez, we're next talking about the park assessment found on page 10 in the packet.
Yes. In early March, actually on Tuesday, March 10th, we began administering the park assessment in English Language Arts and Math in District 64. And as we have talked about in the past, the park tests are designed to measure our students' mastery of the Common Core State Standards. The Common Core State Standards, as you know, were adopted by the state of Illinois in 2010 as our Illinois Learning Standards in English Language Arts and Math. The park assessment is divided into 2 pieces. We have the performance-based assessment, which actually takes place in March, and then what's called the end-of-year assessment, which takes place in early May, or very, like the last couple of days of April. And in March, our students participate in 5 testing sessions, 3 English language arts sessions and 2 math sessions. And in May, our students in 3rd through 5th grade will participate in 1 ELA session and in 2 math sessions. And in 6th through 8th grade, they'll participate in 2 English language arts sessions and 2 math sessions. So we had over 3,000 students participating in PARC testing this month. We had 23 students who will participate in what's called the dynamic learning map, which is the alternate assessment for our students who have the most significant learning needs. We did have 13 students who were presented with the assessment, but chose not to participate in testing. We had a couple of testing irregularities, and when I called the state board to report these irregularities, they reported to me that these were actually widespread across the state. So the most common testing irregularity that we experienced was students accidentally continuing on after one session and moving to a second test. So we did work with the state to resolve this. I think generally the PARC testing sessions had fewer questions than we had originally anticipated. And so the time that was set aside for the tests, I guess, was not very closely aligned to the PARC protocol. So we'll take that into consideration as we plan for next year in our end of year assessments. Overall, I want to compliment our teachers and our administrators because PARC testing went very smoothly, and I think it was really a result of the detailed planning and preparation that staff put into this experience. We were very pleased with the performance of the Chromebooks during our testing session. They provided students with almost in every case seamless access to the assessment. And one of the things, of course, that we were most pleased with that we knew would happen when we adopted the technology is that technology-supported instruction was able to continue for all students when they were not participating in the assessment, because all of our technology resources weren't tied up with test administration. So that's where we are with the PARC. We'll be sending home some information about our upcoming end-of-year assessments as we get closer to the end of April.
And then, Lori, when will they share those results with us? Because we're not getting any scores until the EOY is done. They'll bundle too.
Yes. So they're looking this year at over summer, but I think in future years there's a possibility that we may be able to get information back sooner. But this year, because they'll be setting the performance criteria for proficiency, the test scores won't come back as quickly.
Lori, in your report, one of the questions, and this is only for my own education, you said was that 13 students refused to participate. Is that a right they have, or how is that possible that a kid can say, I don't want to take the standardized test, I just want to learn? Sure.
There's no opt-out provision provided by the State Board of Education for the administration of standardized tests. So as a school district, we're required to present the test to all students. If students refuse to take the test, we do have a protocol in place where we transition them to another area, and they work on other things simply because it would be disruptive to the testing environment for those students to stay in that setting. But I wouldn't describe it necessarily as a right, because there's not a formal opt-out procedure prior to the administration of the test. But if somebody refuses to participate in it, we do transition them.
And did that happen when we did ISATs?
The state had the same protocol for test administration when we did the ISAT. I think there were fewer incidents of student refusals to participate in the standardized testing. I think certainly the PARC assessments have received wider press than the ISAT assessment had in the past, and I think that probably contributed to it.
And Lori, since this is a major formative test and somebody opts out of it, hey, what happens? How are they adjudicated? How are they placed in the future?
You know, that'll be an interesting question going forward. They just won't have that piece of data in their assessment portfolio as they move forward. They'll have other pieces of data, but that piece will be missing in terms of benchmarking them to other students.
Will that impact their ability in other areas? For example, I know for like C of C, they look at scores, they look at, you know, there's several different measures, and then they come to through an algorithm, here's a final score, you're in or out. Would they then get zeros on this component?
They would not. We have not in the past used the ISAT
you've used the
or
MAP
PARC.
instead of the
Yes,
ISAT.
we've used
I'm
the MAP
sorry.
assessment.
Okay.
And a cognitive assessment and there's other
Right.
tools.
Right. Yeah, I just, it's unsettling that people can just say, I don't want to do that. And so I just kind of wanted to get my hands around why that is, that's all.
And my final thought is, what have we learned about this administration test of the test to make the end of year test more proficient, more easier to administer, data collection? What have we gleaned from this right out of the box first trial effort to carry forward?
I could write a book. We have learned a lot. You know, we really did consider the administration of this test to be sort of action research for us, right? Because it was a unique experience for us. One of the things that we learned was really related to the seal codes. So students have to input a code in order to access additional test sessions. And we had posted those seal codes for students incorrectly, and so they were accessing multiple sessions as they moved forward. So that's one thing that we're putting in place. The state board also had a mechanism within the testing that enabled students to submit their final test even if they hadn't participated in previous test sessions. And it was locking up their tests because they had made a final submission, even though they still needed to go to make up testing. So we're working with the state board, and the state board's working with Pearson to undo some of that. There are some other technical pieces that we learned about logging students in and how to resume a test session so that students can pick up where they left off. But we really, you know, one of the things that we'll have to consider as we get the data back from our performance-based assessment is our learning curve around test administration and test format. So we have said for the past few times that we've talked about PARC that this truly, that this is baseline in the purest sense of what baseline could be. Right? Because not only is the test new to us, the content of the test based on new standards, but also the format of the test is different.
Dr. Lopez, is there going to be more information readily available? Like, are we, when they do release all these results, was that maybe some of the reason some of the districts didn't want to participate? Like, are we going to be able to see the other suburbs?
Yes, yes. So when the scores are released, it will be similar to how we shared information related to ISAT. So we'll be benchmarked to other local districts. But as I said, you know, I would encourage us to interpret those scores with some caution this initial year.
But ISATs were readily available also.
Yes.
I wasn't sure. Okay, MAP is not. Like,
no.
Right.
Although we're working on our benchmark group, so.
Yes, I wanted to just follow up on something Scott said, and I'm not the expert on these press things we get, but in the press stuff we got in our package, and I'm looking at my version, page 107, which has to do with instruction, there's a language change because of the ISAT stuff, but in that it says the decision to promote a student to the next grade level shall be based on successful completion of the curriculum, attendance, and performance on the Illinois PARC and/or other assessments. The student shall not be promoted or retained based upon age or any other social reason not related to academic performance. So I'm just wondering, does this offer, I'm not suggesting something, I'm asking a question, does this offer the school district an opportunity that if someone refuses to participate in the assessment test, that they potentially risk not getting promoted to the next grade level?
That would be a great question for the attorney. I don't know if you can limit somebody's promotion based on their participation in the state standardized test.
But is this, I'm just wondering, because it seems like to me like that's what's in this standard here. Our policy.
Right, I think the piece around or other assessments is helpful. You know, we do from
Right,
time
I
to
can
time.
see there could be other situations, but for someone who's able to take this test and just flat out refuses.
Sure.
I don't
But
think we
do
can
have-
retain anybody for not participating in the park assessment.
Yeah, and I did not read the policy to mean that. I read it to mean that the promotion of a student is based on an assessment of that student's readiness for promotion, you know, as evidenced by, among other things, their score on the park, their grades,
Or
how
other
they
data
perform
points.
in class, the teacher's observations, et cetera, all kind of going into a mix, leading to an individualized decision about whether to promote a student or not to promote a student. Yeah, I doubt the language is intended to really get at test refusal.
We do also have students who move to the district from non-park states or even other countries where the park is not administered.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? If not, thank you. Next item is update on a TIF payment, page 12 in your packets. Becky?
Well, to date, we have not received the new property payment. The City Council is meeting tonight to have a discussion on TIF. We have a representative there to hear what's being said at City Council, and then we will report on that on Wednesday when we have our board meeting.
Okay. And again, that's 7 o'clock Wednesday night at Jefferson.
Sir.
Same time, same channel. Dr. Hines, last day of school, page 13, packet.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so the 14-15 school calendar that was originally presented to you included 180 student pupil attendance days. Due to 5 weather-related school closings, January 7th, 8th, and 9th, February 2nd and 19th, student pupil attendance days are currently at 175, as long as we don't have any other snow days. So we had some snow today. Thankfully, it's going to melt, and school will be open tomorrow. So our calendar now is at 175 days, and that, according to the Regional Office of Education, is acceptable. 175 days is the minimum number of student attendance days that the ROE requires. However, our board policy 6:20 states the school calendar shall have 185 days to ensure a minimum of 176 days of actual student attendance. This policy was included in your Appendix 3 and the board packet that was sent out back on December 15th. So the length of the school year within our current PREA agreement states the length of the school year for teachers covered by this agreement shall not exceed 185 employment days unless otherwise agreed upon by parties. So based on the fact that board policy 6:20 says our students need to be in school for 176 days, we will need to move the last day of school from Thursday, June 11th to Friday, June 12th. So
There was some thought about early release days, utilizing early release as we've done in the past. What led you to choose the Friday?
I put in my Friday memo, after having to do with all the ways we bank days and the number of days that we have in, there is really no combination of extending Wednesdays that would allow us not to come to school really on Fridays. We would have loved to have been able to do something like that. It's just not feasible.
Okay.
Or are there any barriers preventing you from shifting the last day of school to Friday? I mean, the way the memo was phrased, it says you're looking into it.
No, really, we're looking into it, and we are now giving you this information to just, make sure the board is not willing to amend 6:20 and really wants to keep 176 days of student attendance, which would require us to push the last day off till June 12th.
Okay. But assuming that we don't make any change to the board policy, you'll add that Friday.
That is correct.
Right.
We did look into, just for the record, we looked into when the first and last day of school. We're no longer allowed to be shorter days. Typically, the last day of school was an hour or 2 hours. A few years back, the state board said full day, first days and last days needed to be full days. I dove in a little bit to find out what constitutes a full day. It's 5 hours of direct contact with the teacher and students. That does not include the passing periods or lunch. You need an hour then for lunch. So we really weren't looking, by the time it was all said and done, shortening the day all that much. But that was an idea to see if we could run some type of a shorter day for that Friday. But really the way it's spelled out, we're pretty close to a full day of school in order to meet the hours required by the state board.
Do you need approval of the board to adopt a new calendar to add the Friday at some point, or is that an action you can take without?
That's an action I can take without you guys, based on your policy.
All right. Well, you know, for what it's worth, and I've not given this a lot of thought, but I am not terribly interested in changing the policy. You know, I think having kids in school more is a good thing.
Agreed.
And, you know, while nobody likes dragging on into June, you know, it's more important to get kids educated than it is to have them out a day early in June.
Agreed.
So, Lori, there'll be a large distribution of this information
Several
so people
times,
can
yes.
plan appropriately.
Now that we've discussed it at the board, we'll make sure we communicate it to everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
Next item will be Facility Master Plan update on page 14 of your packets. Scott, Becky? Scott and Becky.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to get the lights. I will turn the podium over to Carrie, and you may begin.
There we go. Thank you. I'm Carrie Leonard with FGM Architects, and this is Terry Wright, another architect on the team. Sorry for sneaking up here while you were talking. My IBM computer boots up very slowly, unlike the plug and play that you seem to have with all your other equipment. What we wanted to do tonight was to really make the first in a series of board presentations regarding the Master Facilities Plan and Health Life Safety Survey. We are really still in the information gathering phase. There's a lot of work to do. It's the beginning of bringing you that information so that you can start to understand the range of issues that we're tackling in this process, understand some of the background material that we're looking at and trying to bring to the table. And it's really part of creating this common language as we talk about the facilities. The end purpose of all of this is to help create facilities that you can maintain economically and that are used in support of student learning. So, you know, we know there's codes and we know there's buildings, issues that have to be taken care of, but the lens that we're looking through this with everything we're doing is how does it relate to what goes on inside the building, and how can we best support that and start to bring you, as we move forward in the process, options for addressing long-term maintenance needs, short-term facility needs, just things that we have seen in districts like yours and in the work that we do around school facility planning all over this area. So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, please. If there's a question, you know, stop me, ask the question. We can just try to go through this. You have a long agenda tonight, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do think we need to go through this in a little bit of detail. So tonight there really are three pieces that we want to talk about. We want to talk about the facilities in general and facility planning. We want to talk about the building assessment, how we're starting to look at the facilities. And we want to talk a little bit about analysis and strategies. What do we do with this information? How do we start to bring that into the entire process? So from a facilities perspective, one of the ways that we look at buildings as architects, very different than how, you know, a teacher or student or a parent might look at a building, we start to break a building down into its components. It's a series of systems, and you can start to understand how this system works when you start to look at each system individually. They're all related, but they all function in certain ways. And we also try to relate that to cost. And everything that we do about a building can be related back to cost. So whether you're building a new building, whether you're extending the life of a system with maintenance work, whether you're looking at what are your options and choices, that's what we call the life cycle cost analysis, where you look at the cost of a building over the life of a particular system, we can tie it back into cost. So we use this budgeting and budget management as a tool to help understand the facilities and understand the different choices that are there. So we'll continually come back to what does a new building cost, and how does the systems in fixing something up relate to a new building, and what's the best in the long term for the cost of the building. So some of the systems that we look at are the foundations, which we call the substructure. You know, we just have a different name for everything else, just like we have to learn all the educational language. We're going to try to teach you a little bit of building language. For the structure, the walls, the roof, and the windows, we call that the shell of the building. And then everything else that's really inside the building, the interior systems, it is a significant and probably the most important part of the building from how people interact within the building. From a cost point of view, it's maybe 25% of the cost of the building, whereas when you look at the shell and the mechanical systems in the building, you're looking at like 60% of the cost of the building. So those are areas that we focus on where the biggest dollars are, because those are the areas we can have the biggest impact in trying to manage the budget. So when we talk about useful life of the building, we would like to break it down into the useful life of the different systems. There are slow systems, the substructure, the masonry, and the foundations. Those are very slow. They change slowly over time. If you talk about a 50-year building, those are ones that you want to get that full 50-year life out of. Like a mechanical system or a roof subsystem, you might have to replace several times over the life of a building. And you've done some of that work with some of your recent work that you've done. There's also something with fast systems within the building, and we're starting to see this more and more with low voltage systems. It used to be if you put a temperature control system in the building, a pneumatic temperature control system maybe lasted 50 years, the life of the mechanical system. Today, as they start to put in temperature control systems, they're digitally based, and maybe in another 10 or 15 years, you're going to have to look at replacing it. They become obsolete. There's only so much that you can do. We see that with technology systems. We see it with fire alarm systems. We see it with intercom systems, phone systems. So those systems become very fast, and they may be replaced 5, 10 times over the life of the building. And so we start to look at which ones of those, and I think when I was at the last meeting you were talking about this. Although we're looking at this over 5 years for the Master Facility Plan Health Life Safety Survey, what we want to do is give you a window into what the next 5 years are. What are those systems and how long are they going to last, and what can you expect to happen after that 5 years is up? So we really like to see this process be kind of this rolling 5-year plan. You're always looking at 5 years window, but then also a peek ahead of what those next 5 years are. So we heard that at the last meeting. It's consistent with how we look at the buildings, and we want to include that in the report as we get towards the end. And I use the term life cycle cost. When you look at life cycle cost, it's the cost of purchasing the original subsystem or building, the cost of owning and operating it, and if you have to dispose of it and get rid of it at the end. So you may have a system that goes in very inexpensively, but it's going to cost you a lot to operate and maintain over the 20 or 30 years that system might be in a building. So you want to compare that to maybe a more expensive first cost on a system to one that would be cheaper to operate. And you want to be able to make decisions based on what's the total life cycle cost as well as what's the first cost. A lot of times people just look at that first cost because resources are tight. You're looking to try to get the best bang for your buck. But as we look at buildings more and more today, and you look at these as buildings that are going to be around for hopefully another 100 years, we want to be able to look at that total life cycle and the total operating cost. So there is that kind of, what the graph is trying to show is just that diminishing returns when your initial costs get to a point where you get that crossover between your initial cost and your operating cost, and you want to try to maximize the value of the resources that you put in the building. So when we're talking about costs, this is something that sometimes gets a little misleading because there are total costs of a building, and that's the construction cost, it's the operating cost, it's the maintenance repair cost, and it's the capital improvement cost. And I always use this little graphic here from the Fram oil filter. It's pay me now or pay me later. If you buy something cheap and it breaks down and you have to spend a lot of money on it, you might as well have just spent the better money in the beginning and gotten a better value, overall value for the district. So it's not just that initial construction cost that we need to consider. It tries to give you an idea of the breakdown of those systems as we were talking about it, and then looking at what is that cost per square foot and what percentage it is of the total cost. On the interiors there, you see that at like 11.1% for the finishes and things. You can make, even if you made a 50.
I was just going to say, at $220 a square foot, what would be an average size building in our district? What would be the replacement cost if we had to go and build a new building?
Let's see. I don't have broken down building by building, but the $225 a square foot over the 685 approximately 685,000 square feet is $154 million across the district. Total for all the district buildings, $154 million.
So if we were to replace one of the average sized buildings in the district, you're looking at 10 million, 15 million?
A little bit more than that, yeah. Yeah, I could break that down and get specifics on each. And now that's just the building. You'll see down below there I've carried the site as something different. In addition to the building cost, you have site cost. And site costs can't usually be figured very well on a square foot basis because they're great variables depending upon, the roadway improvements that might have to be made, stormwater management, how big a site is, playground differences in playgrounds and difference in things. So the idea of taking that 225, one, allows us to look at the total overall cost in the district of $154 million, because this is a huge investment that you have in your community. And these building costs don't go down. Even though construction has not been hit by some of the inflation that we've seen in the past, it always creeps up a little bit every year. So there's a huge investment here, but what we want to do is focus in on those areas, like the low voltage I mentioned. It changes rapidly. So even though it's a low cost, we look at it because it's going to change a lot of times over the life of the building. And we want to look at things like the shell and look at some of the mechanical and electrical systems where you start to see those bigger percentages because they have a bigger impact on the overall total bottom line. So that's how we look at buildings and the systems. We add to that the site, and then in addition to any construction costs, there's what we call soft costs. And those soft costs would include architecture or engineering fees. They would include legal fees, bidding, and other documentation, printing that gets done, any kind of permitting that needed to be done. And so those soft costs and contingencies. So what we want to try to do as we start to look at costs for anything that we're going to provide in the report is we want to give you total project cost, construction cost plus the soft cost plus any site cost, so that when you're seeing the numbers, there's not anything that gets tacked on at the end. You can make a decision and know that that's kind of a true value. At the end, after we've combined a group of projects, then we want to look at it and see are there any savings by doing work together so we can bring that down. We find it's better to start with everything being self-contained and then break it down if there's any savings by combining projects together. So in addition to the construction costs, there's the operation costs, and those are really kind of the reoccurring costs. That would be your heating bills, your electric bills. It would be, any custodial cleaning that you wanted to, the toilet paper, the paper towels, those kind of reoccurring costs that happen in the building. Then the second category is the maintenance and repair costs. And those are really, that's a separate category. So, all this stuff usually gets lumped together in one budget, but it really can be broken down into different pieces. The minute you move into a building, the building starts to deteriorate. The deterioration is very slow in the early years, and it accelerates as you move through the life of the building. But it's almost like ideally, if you had a sinking fund, you'd put a certain amount of money aside every year to start to save money for systems as they deteriorate, and then you would use that. So what we want to do is to try to look at how can you do good budget planning over the entire district with buildings and systems now that are a different age and different types of systems, so you can start to plan this out. But that maintenance and repair cost is something that I've got another slide in here I'll get to in a second about what some good benchmarks are for that, and I'll talk about it a little bit there. And this is where I talk about operating costs. The idea too that sometimes these little repairs, the smaller repairs, $1,000, $5,000, sometimes those are just those small repairs are thrown into operating costs. So, but think about these as different buckets. Operating cost is a bucket. The maintenance or repair cost is a bucket, and then this is capital improvements is kind of that third bucket to go in. This is a slide, and I think there was a couple questions on this about these benchmarks. So the 2 to 4% as far as a recommended amount, if you look at that $154 million, you would take 2 to 4% of that. I think that's between $3 and $6 million, and you would have that on hand each year, ideally, to take care of maintenance and repair of your buildings. So that's not the operation, it's not the energy bills, it's not the toilet paper, it's just maintenance and repair of the building. And then in addition to that, you would then have any capital improvement costs.
Again, not to cut you off, but we have some buildings that have been modernized
Correct.
in the last couple of years.
Yes.
I mean, do those numbers still apply to those situations? Or, you know, I can't
Sure.
possibly believe that we have to cut aside $6 million as a general rule.
Yeah, I would not recommend that you do that yet. These are benchmarks that you go from. This gives you kind of something to compare it to. If all your buildings in the district were brand new right now, and it was a perfect world and you had all the money you would do, I would tell you to put the $3 to $6 million aside each year for over the life of those buildings, so that as you had to replace a roof, as you had to replace a boiler system 10, 15 years down the line, you would do that. We don't live in that kind of a world. So we look at this and we say this is a benchmark to start to see as we look at all the detailed work. And we're going to talk about a reliability-centered maintenance kind of program that we're going to look at recommending as you move forward. And this just becomes something to, you know, as a benchmark to compare that to. Your new mechanical systems are going to be in pretty good shape for the first few years. 5 years from now, they'll need a little bit of work. 10 years, a little bit more. 15, a little bit more. Some of your masonry systems in your buildings that maybe haven't been tuck-pointed recently need more work now. So that's why we think instead of just taking a broad number like this across the whole building, you break it down into subsystems, you focus in on those critical systems, and you look at everything in a little bit more detail. And that's what our team is doing. That's what Terry and Troy and the engineers, as they're going through the buildings, are breaking it down into the pieces. So we have this as a benchmark to look at. We're building up what the need is that we can see, and then we blend those two together and come back to you with recommendations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's much more sense.
Yeah. Does it answer some of the questions that were about just where that 2 to 4% came from? So that is the more sophisticated analysis that we're doing. But what we're trying to do is just, and you know, you have to deal with a lot of issues, but we're trying to give you some quick background on how we start to look at the facilities. And I mentioned the capital improvements, and this is some cases districts seem to think this should fall within the 2 and 4%, and it really shouldn't. Sometimes you can combine projects and you get leveraging those dollars. But if you want to add space because you need, you know, more square footage or a new program, or you want to modify the interior of a space because a program changes, that's a capital improvement to the building. That's not something that goes, it's part of normal wear and tear, normal operation and maintenance of the building. It's additive, and it increases the value of your building. Now, again, what we try to do when we do projects is you want to blend the life safety work, you want to blend the maintenance work, you want to blend the capital improvement and tie it all together and try to spend that $1 3 times and you know, take care of 3 different things with $1. That's really the ultimate goal from looking at this very smartly and trying to understand the totality of your needs over the next 5 or so years, because then you can start to make those types of decisions that leverage those dollars. But capital improvement costs are just that. They're improvements to the building. As you start to look at buildings and you understand that there is time taking its toll on the buildings, I think there's 2 graphs that are very helpful. The top one is what we call the bathtub graph, and that systems will fail either at the end of their life or at the very beginning of their life. You know, once you get into that middle, once you've gotten through those first couple of years of operations, then usually the system starts to level itself out and you don't have those early failures. There's ways to address the early failures with like extended warranties, and we see that on compressors in cooling units where you buy a 5-year warranty on a compressor, because if that compressor is going to fail, it's going to fail in the first year or it's going to go to its useful life. Very rarely is that failure in the middle. So there's things you can do to try to mitigate for what we see as early failures. There's always going to be early failures, whether it's something that was manufactured that breaks down, whether it's because something wasn't installed properly in the field. It's not a perfect science. Things don't get built perfectly, and there will be that kind of shakedown period in any building or any new construction that you've got to take into account. The second graph on the bottom here is the chance of the system failure over time, and you'll see that that's that bell curve, the traditional bell curve. And if you ask somebody what's the useful life of their piece of equipment, and they say it's 20 years, usually that 20 years falls just to the left of the uprising curve. So really, just because the useful life is 20 years, you may actually get another 20 years of life out of that piece of equipment if you maintain it properly, if it was installed properly, if it's been running in an efficient manner. So you know, there's only so much we can do. I can't tell you that your rooftop unit is going to fail, you know, on next Tuesday in the middle of, you know, in the middle of the winter, in the middle of a snowstorm. But the likelihood of a particular piece of equipment failing can be estimated based on its age. So what we try to do in giving you the remaining life on any of your systems, as we'll give you that information, is we look at what's the expected life of the piece of equipment, and then how well has it been maintained over the years. What's the history that you as a district have with the operating of that particular piece of equipment? But it's, again, there's an art and there's a science here, and we're trying to blend that too, because you need to rely on that information. We are going to make recommendations about, we look at like a failure analysis. If it's a unit ventilator in a classroom and it fails, you lose the classroom. If it's a boiler in a building with just one boiler, you lose the building. So we're going to err on the side of caution on that single boiler, more so than we would on an individual unit ventilator, because the risk, the impact of a failure has a difference to the district. Roofs could fail a little bit and they could start to leak, or they could fail catastrophically. There's a difference in those types of problems. So part of this analysis of how you prioritize is also looking at what is the failure. Things like a painting system failing, so the paint's peeling or it's dirty, it doesn't look good, that's not good. That's a very different factor than a door breaking and then falling off the hinges or something like that. So that is also part of how we look at this information and how we'll bring it to you to talk about it. The colors here are a little bit different than the handout, because all those colors, I was looking at it and saying, how am I going to make sense of this? And I couldn't, so I changed the color. So in the graphic, and I think we'll go this way now, the darker shade of green is the older building. So right now, the building on the left you can see is like 60% in the 60 to 70 year range. And on the far right, that's the age of all the district's buildings. So you have 55% of the area of the district is over 60 years old. And you know, you have older buildings. You know that. You don't need me to tell you that. But starting to look at this and how does that relate to what you need to do in the building, and taking into account the work that you've already done in the building. The point I want to make here too, though, is that 5 years from now, when this plan is all done, every one of these buildings is 5 years older. So you go from 55% of your buildings over 60 years to 65% of your buildings, you know, over the 60 years. And you go from 20% of your building area under 20 years to that 20% now moves over 20 years. And 20 years life in a building is kind of one of those milestones. It's things really start to address and need work, usually after about that 20-year period. So we want to look at this over time and look at what happens 5 years from now, what happens 10 years from now, and how can we use that as clues to start to look in more detail at specific systems. You know, again, your buildings are very proud. You're very proud of your buildings. They look great from the outside. And on the inside, there's some work that needs to be done. And our job is to really bring those forward, look at it in a little bit more of an analytical way, and to help you try to make decisions about how you can do this and do the work that needs to be done and move forward. So in assessing the buildings, we look at several different things. The health life safety surveys is mandatory. It's required every 10 years. We do safety reference plans. We've been working on those now since we started. They entail looking at the capacity of every room, exiting from every room, locating all the life safety devices, looking at the fire separation in the building. We have to do a written building description. We will create a list of violations. Those violations will be coded into that urgent, required, and recommended. I think you've used ABC in the past, but an urgent item, I was telling Dr. Hines that I've only had one in over 30 years of surveying buildings that have had an urgent item. But an urgent item is when we're walking through the building and we see something, we're going to say, we got to fix it right now or take some temporary measure. A required item is something that is absolutely required by the code, and you're going to have to correct it. And if you tell me not to put it in the survey, I'm going to write you a very strong letter that says you got to put it in the survey. The recommended items are those that are a violation of the code or could be a violation of the code in the future if they continue to deteriorate, usually. So if you say that should be in the survey, you know, we think those should be in the survey, but you have a little bit more discretion in that area because it hasn't quite reached the point where it would fall into the survey. But next year something could happen and it would actually then be move up to that required state. I mentioned we look at the construction areas, the construction types, and the fire separations. This is something that takes a lot of time and effort in going through the buildings, and it is our experience that many districts have additions that were put on buildings that created difficult, if not code violations in exiting. You're not unique if you have one or two of those, and I think we'll find a couple in the district. Other districts have that. There is really a different approach to codes now than there was, even 10 years ago, and certainly more than 20, 50 years ago when some of these buildings were built. So it's not unusual to catch these. That's the purpose of the Health Life Safety Survey, is to catch those and to make sure that corrections can be implemented to do that. I'm not expecting you to read any of this, but I think what you want to look at is each of those lines, those bands in the green, represents one of your buildings. And each of the little red numbers with the year represents the year the original building or the additions were built. And then you'll see it's really kind of divided into thirds. There's the third before 1964. There's kind of the 1964 to 1995 band, and then post-1995. That 1963, most of your building area is before that. What's curious and what's distinctive about that for you especially is that's really the first time Illinois schools had a school code. So after the Our Lady of the Angels fire, they finally implemented an Illinois school building code for schools, and there was a retroactive code for all buildings built prior to 1963. And the whole purpose of life safety was to go into the buildings and try to make sure that they complied with that older code. Starting in 1963 to that 1995 window, where you have a little bit of area but not much, that's where they really started to talk about using a model code. And you start to see these other little bands across the bottom, and those are other requirements that came into play. The National Fire Protection 101, the plumbing code, sprinkler code, the accessibility codes, all of those come in and have different impacts on the buildings. Once you get past 1995, the state of Illinois started adopting the national codes, first BOCA and now IBC, the International Building Code. The distinction there is that those codes are technological codes. They're based on compartmentalizing the building for fire. They're based on using technological systems, fire alarms, to get, to alert people of problems and to then allow kids to get out of the building. All of the prior codes, especially prior to 1963, are really based on exiting and getting kids out of the building and not so much on the technological side. It was more just get out of the building. So there's a real distinction between where we're at today and how we look at codes and how we look at construction and what most of your buildings were built under. So part of analysis is going to be, how do we look at migrating your buildings to the newer code? And how do we make good, safe buildings that can be, again, they can be judged against the old code, but it really means we need to start moving forward. There is new requirements that came into effect in 1998, where there are retroactive codes that now apply to those older buildings. And so that's part of our analysis, to look how those retroactive codes. It's very unusual in the code world to have retroactive codes, but we're going to look at that. The last piece I want to just mention on this, because I'm sure this is boring you to death, is the Energy Conservation Code at the bottom. 2004, the Energy Conservation Code. We understand that the next code that's adopted in Illinois will go to the next more stringent energy code. So all of the work that we're going to do is that energy codes are starting to hit schools much later than it's hit the commercial world, but it's starting to hit in the schools, and that's going to have an impact. It's going to have impact on the insulation that's in the walls. It's going to have impact on the insulation that's in the roof. So it's something that we're going to have to start addressing and looking at. Now, the good side of that is when you do energy improvements, usually you look at paybacks for those, so you're paying back those investments in your building over a short enough time in the energy dollars you saved. And where you're going to own these facilities for some time to come, the paybacks are very good for you if they fall within that 10-year window. So this is just, there's a lot of work that goes into this. I wanted to make you aware of it. Happy to answer any questions anytime you want about codes, but I was just trying to give you a flavor of some of the things that we have to look at and how they impact some of the things we're going to bring to you. Any questions on anything so far? The building assessments, we really do, I believe, need to create that baseline condition and understand the performance of your building, because you are not a brand new building. Mr. Burley, as you were saying, how does it apply to you? you're in your own unique situation. Each of your buildings is in its own unique situation. So we need to look at it big picture and understand concepts, but then we've got to apply it to your buildings and look at individual systems in buildings and understand how they're functioning. And that's really what the purpose of this whole process is. We can look at that long-term maintenance and repair, and you need to understand what's the impact of deferring maintenance. It's okay to defer maintenance if you don't have dollars to do it, but you need to understand the impact of why you would do that. So we've been going around to the buildings. We've been talking to the staff. There's questionnaires that have been done. We've reviewed the drawings. One of the things we also did is we scanned in all the drawings. We had those scanned in. So you now have electronic copies of all your original building drawings. So you have a backup. It's not just all sitting in a file. If something were to happen to those files, you lose all that information. Now there's a scanned copy that you also have and then that we're using to work from. I mentioned we're getting into every space where, if we see a leak in the ceiling, we'll pop the ceiling tile, but we're not, we're looking at readily observable things. So those are the things we can see. If Scott and his people tell us that they've had a history of leaks in this problem or there's some heating problem in this room, we're going to take a look at that. There's some things that we've already got from Nicholas, from their experience in the buildings, and we're going to dig a little bit deeper into those areas. But our review really is walking around and looking and making sure we look at every space, nooks and crannies, attic spaces, everything. We're also obviously undertaking that security review, working with the information that you already have received from the reader report and some of the work that you've done, but specifically looking at the entry vestibules, looking at the classroom locking. We already had some brief discussions with the police departments, and we'll continue those as we look at that at the buildings. We make this list of items. We're going to work with Nicholas. We're going to start to identify what are those health, life, safety items, what are the building assessment items. We're going to look at those relative to educational and program needs, and there'll be a cost for each item that we'll work through with Nicholas to have that. We have all sorts of information that we've gotten from you already. I just started to list it. This is a short summary. I have like a 3-page list of things that we get. These are various reports, various studies that have been done. So comprehensively, we want to get all this information so that it's in one place, so that this really becomes the complete resource for the next 5 years for your district. Now, what do we do with all this information? I mentioned this a little bit earlier, is there are systems that we want to make sure we hone in on, not only for that 5-year window of the plan, but also that 5 to 10-year window as to what may come up. HVAC systems I put up here, but you've done a lot of that work already. And I talked earlier about the changing nature of building automation systems. Within the shell system, masonry, and especially in old brick buildings in northern climates, masonry issues are things that you always have to keep on top of, because a little bit of moisture in there, a little bit of freeze thaw, and all of a sudden the small problems become a big problem. So how can we help you take care of the small problems so they don't become big problems? We're going to do a detailed roof subsystem analysis, because roofs are a major source of problems in schools. Fortunately, you have some pitched roofs, which it's always better to get the water off the building quicker. It's the one rule that you want to follow. Site paving, driveway, parking, and the issues associated with stormwater detention. Those are big cost items, and we want to make sure that we've addressed all of those, because if you can take care of the big items and plan out the big items, then you can use the little smaller items that need to be done to kind of fill in, instead of going up and down in spending, kind of maintain an even keel in your spending and allocate the money where it needs to be. And I mentioned the low voltage systems again, just because those seem to be turning over quicker and quicker. I put this up here on your HVAC systems because what we try to do is really just list each of your buildings. What's the mechanical system? When were upgrades last done? What's the anticipated lifespan? And then we're going to come in and fill in the usable remaining life. And we'll do this for all the major systems in the building. But this just gives you an idea that we can then start to look at each of those. And it's blank now because I can't tell you what the usable life is, but I know with some of the newer systems, obviously, we're looking at 15, 20 years, and we want to try to extend that as much as possible with any type of ongoing maintenance program. So I mentioned maintenance strategies. There's a number of different ways to do this. Some are good and some are bad, and you do different ones different ways. If I'm driving my car and it's old and it's got bad tires, when I was a college kid, that was fine. I just did it. I couldn't afford the tires. Now I have a daughter in the 20s, and the minute any of the light goes on her cars, I'm getting it fixed. And that's kind of the attitude I think you have to take as custodians of these buildings, as stewards of these buildings, is you can't wait for something to fail. So reactive is really not an acceptable maintenance strategy for school districts. Preventative is great, but it takes a lot of time and effort and money, and it's not necessarily what you can afford to do. So as you start to get into the predictive, where you start to look at different systems, how do they deteriorate over time, what's the run life on motors and things, you can start to use a little bit of that to guide your decisions, and that's where you get to this reliability-centered maintenance, and that's looking at the operations of these systems in the context that you have. It does no good for us to look at averages that cover the entire country because the northern Illinois climate is different than everywhere else, and air conditioning systems run fewer hours than heating systems here. So we want to look at those run hours, we want to look at where that type of work needs to be done and put it in the context of the buildings, in the context of the maintenance work that you've been doing in the buildings, and what type of situation is very local to each of your buildings. And it may be slightly different to each building, but I think that this type of approach is really going to allow us to help you allocate dollars in the places where it'll do the most good and you'll gain the most value from that. Just another thought here on deferred maintenance. Ignoring maintenance is not deferring maintenance. Ignoring maintenance is not a strategy. Deferring maintenance is a strategy. It's a legitimate strategy to put something off and try to buy another year out of a piece of equipment. But you do that because you know the risks. You know what's going to happen if it fails, the impact it has on education. And you know if something's a 12-week lead item, you don't want it to fail in the middle of a school year. That's something you want to replace when you have time to get that lead time on something ordered. So taking a very strategic look at this, I think, is an important way to go. Prioritization of projects. We had the health, life, safety prioritization, but on broader for those projects that aren't health, life, safety. Priority one, it is a violation of code, or maybe there's a safety concern, or you might have significant additional costs if an item is not addressed, and that would be the leaky roof would be a good example there. Priority two is something that might be necessary to comply with a recommended standard. So there are plenty of good building standards that are out there that don't apply to you like a code would apply to you, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't follow them and follow those recommendations. So that's really kind of the justification for those. And priority three would be those where we're looking at improving the quality of the materials, or reducing the risk of future failures, or enhancing the performance. So there's a distinction between that. And any project that we'll have, we'll give you a priority of 1, 2, and 3 on it, so it'll help you kind of make a decision as you look forward at what needs to be done. Lastly, I just want to leave you with this. This is kind of the life of a building. You buy a building, it starts to deteriorate over time. So in that first 15 years, or 20 years, you start to see that building deteriorate, and you invest money in it, and then it starts to deteriorate again. So that student who's attending that building in year 12 gets a building that's 12 years old. The approach that we're going to advocate for and start to look at is where we start looking at this model of continual improvement, and you start look at smaller dollars being spent, incrementally over a more regular basis, so that not only are you looking at improving the physical infrastructure, you're actually starting to look at a building that can adapt to the changing educational needs, and you can make those educational improvements and the physical improvements of the building at the same time, get that higher value that we're talking about, and really look at a building that's on an upward trend in performance, with performance having a much broader definition than just the building and the systems, but it also being how does it serve the learning needs of the kids in the building. So, we're talking about facilities in this presentation. We're going to talk about some educational issues in the next presentation, and then as we start, the master plan comes together, it's going to try to blend those and make those work together, because again, that ultimate goal is what do you use the buildings for, how can we improve education and benefit the students and the staff that are in the building and the taxpayers who have to pay for these facilities. That's really the goal of what we're doing. So, very quickly, I hope a lot of background. I'm glad you were able to see it over the weekend and get a little head start on it. If there's any questions, Terry or I can answer them now.
The only thing I have to ask is, at what point does the long-range facilities master maintenance schedule come into play? Where at the end of your analysis will we have an idea and everything is mapped out for the next 20 years? Yeah, well, not 20 years, but we will build the plan. The plan is going to be very detailed for the next 5 years. The 5 years after that is where we look at major expenditures, so that you can kind of know what's coming down the window. Well, I saw on one of your slides there you expected lifespan of 20 years. So, I mean, there's some systems you can project out for 20 years. We will, yes. I mean, if you have a brand new heating system, and we know that heating system with the proper maintenance can last 20 years or 25 years, so we could say that for that particular building, that heating system is not something you really need to think about much other than just maintaining it.
for the next 10 years. Now, 10 years from now, you may want to look at it a little bit more critically. Again, it's those little pieces of work that you can do as you go along the way to just eke out 1 more year or 2 more years or 5 more years. The more you can extend the life of any system, the more you can put off those major dollars. So yes, the major systems will look out a little bit further, and we'll give you that end game window kind of on there.
Okay. Any questions by the board?
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Next topic is switching right over to Becky on discussion of the financial projections update with capital projects expenditure projections included. Becky?
Thank you.
Pardon me, it's on page 45 of the pack.
Yes, it is. At the February 23rd board meeting, we tabled this discussion because we talked at length about capital improvements and were they included in the financial projections or not. And we had a brief discussion about board consensus goals and what they actually meant. And the board directed the business office to go back and recalculate and bring back some information for the board to review at this board meeting if we included in our financial projections in the operation and maintenance fund capital improvements. So if you looked at the graph that was on page 47, you'll see that if we added, we could make it to the 2018-19 fiscal year if we started to include capital improvements in the operation and maintenance fund, but would certainly leave us short of the board's desire to extend our referendum commitment to the 2020-21 school year. So at all levels of contributing monies from either $500,000 to $2.5 million for capital improvements, you would exceed the 120-day fund balance policy. In 2020, fiscal year 1920, you fall short of it, but it's still reasonable. As I said when we presented the financial projections in early February, that they looked a little dismal because the CPI for December was 4.8. I would expect in December of 2015 that number will be somewhat higher and that the financial projections will turn around somewhat. And again, that's the nature of what we do. We are bound by a number that's issued in December without any regard to the fluctuation in the CPI throughout the year. So I would imagine next year when you're looking at this particular information, the financial projections will look much better. But I'm not an economist and I don't have a crystal ball, so that's just my gut reaction. So this is really for board discussion as to whether you want me to include in the update that I do for the other reports on our webpage, capital improvement dollars within the O&M fund that truly changes the financial picture going forward. And it's, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Becky. So I guess one is, I think my thought would be, unless we do something differently, I would think we should include the capital improvements in our budget. I think we acknowledge that we, as we were just talking about, we have buildings that will have needs and other things. I had a question, though, in the materials you prepared, and it was on page 45 of mine there, where you're talking about the discussion with William Blair and Company. And I was wondering if you could just tell me, with regards to our current bonds, when are those due to be paid in full?
The bonds that were in place prior to March of 2014 expire in 2016-17. We added debt to take us out to 2020 of $8.6 million when we sold bonds last March.
Okay, thank you.
Becky, I have a question regarding the financial projections. I referred to later in the packet on page 212, where you provided your update and executive oversight, and you gave some statistics and data. And I went back, and apparently right now we have $55.7 million, 41.3 long-term investments, and 14.3 million in money market. Total $55.7 million. I did a calculation. 120 days equals $28 million of this money in 2015. So if you subtract 28 from 55.7, it gives $33 million. And even if you subtract, when I went to further in your report where you showed deficit spending every year, and I added up those deficit spendings based on the projected increase in expenses, I came out to 19.41. So if you subtract 19.41 from 33, we still have money left. And so what I'm trying to understand is, are you saying that the arguably $14 million is arguably half of that 120 days? There's simply just too much of a drawdown on what's in the bank.
We measure against our fund balance policy on June 30th when we close our fiscal books. And at the end of February, and you'll actually see an increase in cash when I do the March financials because we're getting taxes. And so we received some of our 2014 taxes, early collections, at the end of February. So we're at an all-time high in our receipts. If you looked at a history of cash receipts and cash fund balances, end of February, you've started to increase. It will stay at that level through March. April will start to decline again because we'll be drawing down on our cash balances. Again, we measure as of June 30th. As we look at projected revenues over the next several years, and we look at the growth of expenditures, if you'll remember that chart that we used in early February in the financial projections, expenditures are going to start to exceed our revenues. Just because of the state of the economy locally, i.e. that CPI that affects our property taxes, but also at the state level. There are some pending pieces of legislation that will affect us, and it's Senate Bill 1 now, which is the cost shift and sharing and distribution of wealth, I'll call it. And they released some numbers late this weekend. I haven't had time to analyze them yet, but I still don't think this district is going to fare very well with the new funding formulas that they're talking about in Springfield. That could have devastating effects on us, and I think that's the important thing to remember as we move forward, not only through this fiscal year, but in the years to come, is to watch what's going on in Springfield so you know the effects of legislation and how it will affect our cash balances.
But those factors weren't put into these projections.
No, they haven't.
And that's my point. When you take the 120 days out and you take all the deficits that are projected out, when I did the math, we still had $14 million.
And that's basically our working cash fund, which I call our internal savings account. That it's there to provide us a cash flow at the ebb and flow of our cash receipts during the school year, that we don't have to borrow to pay our bills, that we have enough cash reserves to pay our financial obligations.
Tony, I don't know if this helps or not, because I think I get what your question is. You know, that if basically, if I can rephrase to make sure I understand, we have a certain fund balance today, 120 days would be down here, you got an increment. When you add up all the deficits for the next several years, you only get this much, you don't get the whole increments.
Right.
The question is what happened to this?
Exactly.
The best I can think of, and I don't know if the numbers add up, but if you look at page 62 of the packet, it's part of the PMA presentation. And it shows both the fund balance declining, which is the red curve, and it also shows that the 120 days you need actually gets larger. So if you're looking at this increment, the bottom is creeping up on you as well.
So the cost of maintaining
the
the
cost of
120
having 120
Right,
days gets
is
greater.
more.
So now I don't know if that's enough to answer your question.
Yeah, we're still talking 14 million bucks.
Yeah, right, which is
yeah.
why I say I don't know if it's enough to answer your question. But that is at least a factor that partly answers your question, I guess.
Granted.
And I would just piggyback on what Board Member Heidi just said. As expenditures increase, your 120-day point increases because fund balance is measured as a percentage of expenses.
Becky, just so I understand this model, could you remind me, your CPI assumptions in this model that you present here, I know are the new ones, or at least I understand the new ones based on, is that where we oscillate between a half and one and a half and one through the years?
Right now it's sitting at 0.8, 1.3, 0.8, 1.3.
So it's 0.8 and then it goes to 1.3. Right. And what was it before last year when we looked at it?
It was 1.5 to 2, 1.5 to 2.
And I'm just curious, did you run this with the old CPI numbers to just get a sense of where we wind up with the 120 days?
No, I did not.
Is that tons and tons of work?
No.
I'd be curious to see what that is, right? Because we're taking one new assumption based on what perhaps could be an anomaly in CPI over the years, and we're making a large set of forecasts out of it. I'm just curious, does it buy like a half a year and then it's like, well, that's not a big deal, or does it do more? I'd just be curious to see what that number is, just purely as an intellectual exercise, because it may calm my nerves a little, because I don't know that historically we're going to see it there. Now, again, I'm not an economist either, but I'd like to know where my range is a little bit better, that's all.
And I say that it's probably going to increase next December based upon 4 or 5 years ago when it was 0.1% in a particular year, and what it increased to the following year. And I think it increased to 2.5 or 3%. So logic tells me it will be up again next year.
Right. I'm worried that we abandon former assumptions that we thought through, at least at some length, just because of one data point we know will change over time. So I just like to see it, and maybe if we could circulate it with the board, it would help me get a sense of the problem, because what I'm wrestling with is how big is the problem that we as a board thought we were putting in $500,000 or $1 million every year and not. I'm just, if I could see it on the same thing, then I've got more of that, not to overuse the phrase, but the apples to apples idea, as opposed to right now we're changing a few more than one variable, and I'd like to see it with just one variable change.
I will attempt to get it and include it with Dr. Hines' Friday report.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
And I think one of the things to note too is the CPI that's used here. It's a CPI-U, which basically covers 97% of the United States.
Exactly.
And so that isn't true. There is actually a CPI that's done by the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the Chicago, Wisconsin, Gary, Indiana area. That was 1.5% last year. So in one sense, and I'm sure this is weighted for the entire state, we're buying all of our services here in the Chicago area. So we probably were dealing with the 1.5% inflation this past year. But the CPI-U, which is going to drive our tax revenues and everything, was 0.8%. So I think there can even be a little misalignment between how the CPI is used for our taxes, tax calculations, versus what our actual experience is going to be, because we're living in that metropolitan area.
That's a good point.
For years, we've worked with Springfield to change the CPI-U for that very reason, to more of an employment index, and the people in Springfield don't want to hear that conversation, because there is a variable between probably to 1 to 1.5% if you look at employment costs in this geographic area versus, as you said, a nationwide index.
Thank you.
Becky, 3 thoughts on this. One, you asked whether this projection ought to be the one that we show versus the one that does not include any maintenance spending. I would think this does need to be the one that we show. We are going to have maintenance expenditures past 2016. We do not have a plan in place to issue bonds. And until we get a plan like that, it seems to me this is what we got to show. Second thought is that I don't think I would show 5 different options.
No.
I would show one option, and I think you guys need to recommend to us how much we really ought to be spending on maintenance after 2016. We ought to discuss that, or arrive at some consensus on that, and then use that as our projection going forward. Now, I'm not sure that the board needs to decide what our level of spending post-2016 is in the next month or two, but that ought to be one of the things that we're working on is coming up with a spend level.
And what I'm going to do with the budget calendar is amend it slightly for the May presentation that includes a time in October, September, October, for you to have a dialogue with Luann about what those assumptions should be so that there's not a misunderstanding when they come forward in February.
That makes sense. And then my third thought is just looking at this, I don't think we need to be at 120 days in 2021. In fact, if you were going to seriously go for a referendum in 2021, you wouldn't really want to be at 120 days. You'd want to be somewhere lower than that. Even still, these numbers are kind of too low for 2021. If I were to guess, say we picked $1.5 million of spending on maintenance during the year, then that means we've only got about 51 days cash on hand in 2021. That strikes me as low. I think just as a board, we're going to have to face up with the idea that we're going to need to do something other than the usual course between now and then if we really want to get to 2021 without a referendum. And that's either going to mean issuing more bonds, even though at least I certainly did not intend us to do that, or it's going to mean having to, find some savings somewhere.
Correct.
And that will either be, savings come from programs, class sizes, and the teacher contract.
Right.
And some combination of that is going to have to contribute to getting us where we're going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
To follow up on Scott's, just to be clear, if you do some projections and carry them out for a couple of years, will you still alternate, or what number will you use to project out to show a minimum number to extend out to the 2021 year?
Well, I would go back and use the projection that we used a year ago, 1.5, 2, 1.5, 2, 1.5, 2.
I would suggest, just to be on a concern, just take 1.5
okay.
and just run that out.
I don't have a problem with that. I would really like to appreciate if I could see last year to this year and change just the variable of the capital spending. That could be an additional analysis. I don't disagree, but that one I personally would be interested because it really does let me gauge the impact of the problem.
Just one quick comment. So, obviously the goal here is to control expenditures as much as possible, and we'll look at that and make some tough decisions there on what needs to be done. And I saw the two scenarios, and John touched on them a little bit there of trying to reduce costs, which I'm on board on, and the other thing was, he mentioned he didn't plan on bonds, but it's listed here as an option. I would just say this to us as a board, and I'm not going to be here many more meetings, but this is my thoughts, is that I think we've always talked about, pushing back the referendum as a great thing, and I think it is. But I would say if the goal is to push back the referendum by issuing bonds, I really don't see any value in that to the community. And I really don't see that as a medal for us as a board to be proud of. Because really what we're doing there is we're having 7 people decide that we're going to get this additional revenue and then have taxpayers pay for it versus having the whole community vote on it. So that's just my opinion. Control expenditures on board 100%, but the idea of bonds at the expense of, so that we can push the referendum back, I don't see that, the value in that to the community at all.
For what it's worth, and for clarity, I agree with you completely, Dan. I was talked into the one bond to extend the referendum once, and I still think we did the right thing there. I would not do it. I would not recommend that the board do it again.
Although, in all fairness, I think it was a different situation.
Yeah, and that's why I say I don't regret that decision,
Yeah.
but I don't think I would do it again, and I would not make it a repeating thing in an effort to avoid a referendum. Because I think ultimately the good governance perspective is if you're going to take money from the taxpayers, you should periodically return to the community and say, look, this is what we've done financially. This is what we need to go forward. Will you please support us on this? And I think that's a good thing to do.
And that truly was the message in the early 90s when tax caps came into place. And if you need additional funds for operations or capital projects, go back to your voters and ask them.
Right, and that's what we told the community in 2007. You know, we said, look, we're here because we need the money. We're not grouchy about the fact that we're here. We think it's a good thing that we're here. And we'll go 10 years and we won't come back. But at some point you do need to come back. You try to delay it as long as you can. But, you know, at some point you have to come back.
I agree with Dan also. I think, yeah, the bonds are basically just a way to increase tax without going to the voters. So I think that's something that should, you know, be heavily scrutinized for the future.
Okay. Thank you, Becky. Any other comments for Becky? And if not, Dr. Heinz, we have a report on the CEC on page 66 in the packet.
Dr. Burley, I know there's at least one person in the audience that wants to speak on this report. Would you like them to come up now?
Sure.
Good evening. I'm going to try to get my technology set up here. Maybe. I think I might be able to do it. Okay. I think so. I'll hold on to it tight. Good evening, everyone, members of the board, Dr. Hines, and observers. My name is Sonia Dietzick. I live at 125 Prairie. I have a student at Lincoln and one at Maine South. I'm on the executive board of the Park Ridge Cultural Arts Council. I'm the curriculum specialist for visual art in our district, and I've taught middle school art at Lincoln and Emerson for 25 years. Still here. I know the CEC report is on the docket this evening, and Dr. Hines was kind enough to communicate with me back and forth during the day today to figure out when was the best time for me to speak. I've read the summary report and listened to the verbal report as well that was given immediately after the visitation. And my concern comes at 15 minutes and 50 seconds into the second video report. The segment is about 90 seconds, and I'd like to play it for you. Let's hope for no feedback.
In that middle school program. It's a value. Parents like your electives. Kids like your electives. If I'm a 7th grade student, I'm spending my entire morning in electives. That means I only have in the afternoon everything to get to college and career readiness in core program areas. Okay? So it's competing values. We aren't here to say eliminate your electives. There's some fabulous things that are being offered to your kids, and important to your kids, important to your community. On the other hand, that schedule's a nightmare. It's a total nightmare. When you send, in the time you have left, 20% of your kids out, you don't have any flexibility of doing anything else around interventions. You know, your hands are tied. So the schedule becomes really difficult with all of those competing things. And so our issue isn't electives. Our issue isn't, are the arts important? We say, absolutely. It's all important. But can we do it all effectively? And use your data to help you decide what you can.
Okay.
And Sonia, in all fairness, I don't know if that was perfectly clear. Maybe you can summarize that.
Yep.
See, I couldn't hear all of it.
I know, it's hard. His voice kind of faded in and out. I'm going to repeat some of the primary points. To reiterate, if I'm a 7th grader in electives all morning, I only have the afternoon to get to college and career readiness in core program areas. These are competing values. Are the arts important? Absolutely. It's all important. But can we do it all effectively? Use your data to help you decide what you can do. Those are my primary points in playing from the video. My question is, data from what? Only math and reading? With the upcoming implementation of PARA, we will have student growth data in every content area of the curriculum. Will the arts and electives be included in the database of student growth information that is valued by our board? Will we have a way to report the value that the arts and electives add to student learning? Or will we be cast aside as the other part of the day that does not contribute to college and career readiness? Our elective program is different in all caps. It respects the opportunity to become a full human being. If our community values this kind of education, then we must communicate those values to our Board of Education. That is why I'm here tonight. The elective program has changed to reflect the student interests and trends of society, but it has remained a hallmark of the educational program offered to the children of Park Ridge since the 1970s. Educating the whole child is not just an idea in our district, but a motto. It has been a matter of principle in our district that standardized testing was only one part of the measure of a child's education. Local measures and high-quality instruction have historically prepared students in Park Ridge for success in high school and college. In Park Ridge, as across the country, however, federal overreach has increased the trend toward narrowing the curriculum through high-stakes testing in reading and math. As evidenced in the recent comments of candidates running in the upcoming April 7th board race, focusing on test scores as the ultimate measure of a district's success is much less complicated than using student goal setting, portfolios, or other methods of measuring and reporting growth of the whole child. In a recent local news article, a candidate stated, "I would like to see continued improvement in individual map testing to maximize each individual student, the ultimate goal being to focus on the ranking of our schools." In isolation, this kind of educational philosophy is a long way from educating the whole child. It completely ignores the reason that many of us moved to this community, because our schools insist on a well-rounded education for our children. If our district curriculum narrows to a super emphasis on math and reading, other parts of the curriculum will be marginalized and even abandoned. The sad part of this is that educators know when you focus on the whole child, it supports those math and reading scores through cross-curricular connections at the very least. If reading and math scores are made top priority by the board, administration and staff will have no choice but to increase time spent on those subjects and cut time spent on other areas of the curriculum to meet those goals. A well-rounded education includes the fine and practical arts as well as opportunities to explore. A well-rounded education provides our children the opportunity to discover and grow their strengths, in addition to, but certainly not excluding, reading and math. All students need abilities to think critically and problem solve creatively, which is at the heart of the arts. We all need to discover if math or reading is a personal area of strength, but should not be confined in our process of discovery by having only that offered to us in our schools. I'm in fear of our rich program being reduced and children having a very narrow public education. I want to end with a couple of thoughts to ponder from a recently released book titled Excellent Sheep, The Miseducation of the American Elite and the Way to a Better Life by William Dereshowitz. Although his book focuses on college education, many of his thoughts ring true K-12 as well. Beware of the school that wants to specialize you instead of humanize you. This will rob you of your chance to become who you might be. Beware the school that touts its research more than its excellent teaching. The school is more interested in what you can do for it than what it can do for you. I'd like you to consider my thoughts, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
So tonight, really, I'm just going to give a report, walk you through kind of what we've been through in terms of the Consortium for Educational Change, the podcasts, and what we're going to do with the data, and then just really give the board an opportunity to discuss the podcast and the executive summary, and see if you have any questions. And now will be your time to ask them. So as you know, a 29-member team was in district February 3rd through 5th. They spoke to over 1,000 people as they conducted their system overview assessment. And in the podcast, as well as the written summary that you've received, the CEC really focused on benchmarking us against high-performing organizations using the Malcolm Baldrige Performance Excellence Framework, as well as the Professional Learning Community Model. They, as you know, through the podcast, really, and we helped tease out through the podcast, gave us some compelling those broad themes that we know are going to focus our work for years to come, and certainly as we build our next strategic plan. So some of the big themes that we've pulled out through conversations at the administrative level, we found them to be really thought-provoking. The first of the 6 had to do with the notion that this district feels more like a system of schools than a school system. And really CEC wants us to determine what do we guarantee will happen in every classroom, for every student, in every school. So we have that real true sense of district. What are we going to standardize across the district? And certainly as someone that's relatively new, I don't disagree that we have great things happening, but there is variance. Across the system. So we're going to want to spend some time figuring out what we stand for and what we really want to ensure. Along the same vein, they notice there's a great sense and a lot of value placed on autonomy, and I don't disagree with that. I am not looking to have a school of Stepford, with a Stepford kind of vibe. Really, I think it's the best way to visualize it. I want there to be clear expectations that everyone knows across the system. I certainly want teacher voice, because that's why we have so many committees and so many teacher representatives on those committees to create the what that needs to be learned. But I want teachers then to have the creativity in their classrooms to figure out, if this is where you need my students to get to at the end of the year, give me some creative freedom to get my students there. So we're going to need to make sure our expectations are clear and that they're implemented with fidelity. So we're going to need to continue to work collaboratively to set the what and give teachers the opportunity to deliver the how. The CEC really noted, and it's something that's cost me a lot of sleepless nights, this culture issue that we have, the climate around here, lacking trust and respect between, and they call it labor and management, and I just bristle every time I hear that phrase, because I really see it as teachers and administrators. How are we going to improve communication, collaboration, shared decision making, and really get on the same page in terms of continuous improvement? So that, to me, I've highlighted it and circled it because it is a top priority, in my opinion. In addition, the CEC really wants us to talk about and continue the use of looking at data, all kinds of data, formative assessment, summative assessment, PARC, MAP, you name it. We want to be data rich, and we also want to be information rich. So we have information on how to help students achieve, move them from where they are forward. And we want that data available and used across the content, whether it's core curriculum or whether it's the arts. Everybody needs to know, every teacher needs to know where their students are so they can move them forward towards those goals. CEC noted inconsistencies in terms of expectations and equal access to learning opportunities. So from special ed to our Channels of Challenge or Primary Channels program, we want to make sure that we have equal access to learning across our entire continuum. That was something that they noted. In order to do that, however, and you heard Sonia talk, that the schedule is challenging to be able to make sure everyone's needs are met and that we can offer that robust, well-rounded education and still give kids that are struggling in reading and in math the extra help that they may need to reach those goals. So the schedule is something they want us to really take a look at the K-5 and at the middle school level. And lastly, the CEC affirmed that we have great people, we're fortunate, we have a lot of resources, and parents, teachers, students talked about the environment. Schools are welcoming, they're warm, they're caring, generally collegial, and there appears to be a strong sense of family and community. We saw evidence of that tonight with the turnout for that hard decision that we had to make earlier. So those are some of the big issues that I think we're going to grapple with globally. But then when you get into the CEC report, as you've seen attached, there are all kinds of items that we could look at. There's a lot of data there that could take us a significant amount of time to wade through. Which leads me to my next point. we have a lot of opportunities for people to do so. So we're talking to the board tonight. We had Perry on March 4th. Last Wednesday, the teachers saw the podcast across the district. We used some district-guided professional development time to do so. The Strategic Planning Steering Committee is going to meet on the 26th to really dive into the data, not only from the CEC, but the survey data, in which we had over 800 people participate. So we have a lot of opportunity. Scott and John, as board reps, will be part of the data diving that we're going to do. How are we going to use this? How are we going to prioritize this information? And how are we going to decide which data points included in the CEC report we really want to focus on? Because we can't do all of it. What are those critical ones that we need to do now and build into the next 5 years of our plan? So that really is my overview report. You've seen the podcast. I sent you learning and collaboration. Results was finished, I think, Sunday. So that'll be shared. And then tomorrow, now that we've had this presentation to the board, we will put everything up on the web and send out another school messenger notifying the community that the podcasts are available. But we held that because I do believe that the board needs that information before it goes out to the larger community. So we want to be very transparent. We want to use the feedback to make this district better as we build towards 2020. So what questions, reactions do you have?
Yeah, I guess, I looked at it, Lori, and, the first point about the system of schools, I mean, I think we've talked about that before, that, it doesn't seem appropriate that our elementary schools each have different mission statements that our middle schools do. I mean, we should have the same purpose for our students in each of those levels. I guess I had a question, with regards to sort of this, culture of trust and respect with teachers and administrators. How often do, when I think of a business setting where, say, a manager sits down with, their staff and, may meet in a group setting or something like that, how frequently does that happen between our principals and our teachers? Is that something that happens once a week, once a month,
The way our release Wednesdays work, we have one faculty meeting a month. So the faculty's together, and then we have district-led days that, and Lori's looking like she wants to come and join me, feel free. The district-led days, principals are often a part of, but we don't have large times where our principals are together with their entire staff, just based on our schedules and the Wednesday structure.
So really, so you're saying like just once a month, typically? Okay.
One Wednesday a month, it's a faculty meeting.
It sounds kind of infrequent, I guess, from my perspective.
Here comes Lori.
We also have other rotations where principals have collaborated with members of their staff to provide professional development. So we have some Wednesdays are devoted to QIT-directed professional development. I thought we should mention too. So each school has a QIT, a team that's dedicated to identifying school goals and working on those goals over the course of the school year. So there are some alternate Wednesdays that are dedicated to that experience.
Are those like smaller subgroups of individuals then, of teachers?
They're not. It's the whole staff at the school, but depending upon what the goals are of the building, people could be divided into smaller subgroups doing that work.
I really appreciate your summary, and I think you picked out most of the ones looking through the actual assessment you'd sent that I'd be interested in, particularly too many initiatives and so forth. There were two, though, I wanted to just make sure I understood. At one point, it was stated that there is not consistent practice of articulating clearly defined learning outcomes based on state standards. I realize it's not necessarily entirely based on state standards, but isn't that precisely what educational ends are supposed to be doing, is stating these are the expected outcomes? Or are they talking about more at a granular level, like, this week we're going to do this and so forth? That's not consistent. I was curious where that border was.
My interpretation of the report and in my conversations with Perry is that they're talking more at a granular level.
Okay.
So we've identified priority standards in each subject area. What we are in the process of doing right now in English language arts and in math is repacking those standards into common units of instruction.
Okay.
So right now it might be possible for students, for example, who are in third grade at Roosevelt to have their priority standards addressed in a different unit of instruction than students at Washington. And one of the things that brings momentum to a system is for kids to have common instructional experiences, right? Not necessarily the how, but certainly the what.
Okay. And then the other question I had is, with the evaluation tool, they said it was not going to meet the new standards. I know we've been kind of prototyping something a little bit. Is that something we need to look at again, or was that a surprise? Because it was a surprise to me. Maybe it wasn't.
That's in the works right now. Those two committees you heard me talk to the audience member about. We have the pre-para and the evaluation committee.
Okay.
This was it last spring we had the IEA and CEC come out to audit the tool. So that started last spring, and that's informed the work that we're doing as those two committees work.
Okay.
And Lori, just to pick up on Scott is saying, I want to be certain that though the goals of education in each grade are similar throughout every building, you're using tests, the negative response or positive response of the tests to alter micro modifications of the curriculum to increase local improvement. Is that the idea?
Yes. So we're using the tests formatively to measure student learning, right? And the educational ends are really summative. So they tell us whether or not students have achieved certain proficiencies, right, in different subject areas. A challenge for us would be creating common formative assessments based on a common curriculum in different subject areas. So we have shared priority standards, but the units of instruction that we have put them in might vary from school to school.
Right, based on the response to those tests. Yes. So you're using that as a tool to drive curriculum.
We're using the assessments as a tool to measure student learning, but our students may be having different curricular experiences depending on the school that they're at, which Vicki has spoken to before. Right.
A couple reactions to this. First of all, I think having CEC in was well worth it. And listening to the video from the oral presentation was, I thought, one of the best rounded and most honest assessments of where our district is that I've heard, in 8 years of being on the board. One of the challenges we always have as board members is that we primarily talk to administrators, or we talk to whichever teachers we happen to randomly run into, whichever parents we happen to randomly run into. And so, I always find it particularly valuable to get an outside voice to come in and tell me what they see. And of course, you can't take, what they see without a grain of salt either. But, it's rich information, and I appreciated it. I'll also be looking for the results of the 5 essential surveys when those come out as well. I took a deep dive through them last time they came out. I guess I'll be off the board at that point, but I may take a deep dive through them again anyway, just because I think they're also very valuable. Just in terms of some of the things that CEC uncovered, I think the clip that Sonia played of Perry talking about setting priorities is exactly right, although Perry seemed to be going in one direction with what he thought the priorities were. And Sonia, I would take it you would go in another direction. But I think very clearly it will be on the board to set priorities. And I think one thing we need to remember is that our parents and taxpayers gravitate naturally to standardized tests because that's what's reported in the media and that's what can be compared from district to district. Our administrators naturally gravitate to state standards and what the ISBE is pushing down on them. As a board, we don't necessarily have to gravitate to either one of those, but we have a responsibility to define what it is we care about, and then to push our administrators to, manage the district according to those measures. That's something that I think will come out in the strategic plan, but I think we ought to all be aware of not letting the next few months go by without taking the opportunity to firmly say this is what we're trying to accomplish as a district.
I was taken by the one comment where there seems to be conflict between staff and administration, and I know that Lori, I know your administrative group meets with the executive committee of PREA. Is that once a month?
Yes.
And at that opportunity, there is sharing of information.
Yes, very much.
And I would hope that, there's every opportunity and every attempt to reach out and to listen and observe, what their concerns would be. And you likewise share the administration and district's concerns to them. In what fashion can that be enhanced? Because this seems to me to be a somewhat central issue, as evidenced by tonight. In what ways can that communication be enhanced? And not to put you on the spot, but you've been here now a year.
Not quite.
Not quite. Seems like a lifetime, but it's only less than a year.
Sometimes.
But what do you think can be done for next year and the year after to enhance that going forward?
Well, I certainly value the relationships with the executive board. We have a collaboratively set agenda. We meet on a monthly basis. Andy's in the audience. We talk or text or get together or email to try to have, ongoing communication. I've asked if it would be okay to reach out beyond the exec board, which is a 4-member board, to their larger governing board, to make myself available as often as they'll allow me to attend their meetings to kind of hear from more than just the 4 exec board members. I also think that, we need to, through strategic planning, if we determine that we need to focus on culture, which is going to be my main area, we need to really flesh out how we are going to start to heal and rebuild those relationships, how we're going to interact and, learn from the past, but not keep it from preventing us from doing, better jobs in the future. So I see it whether it's a small committee or whether it's something that we don't yet know needs to happen that we're going to flesh out during strategic planning. But I think we really need to be purposeful in terms of how we're going to work together and whether it's going to be a committee at each building or representatives, I'm not sure. But I want to hear from members of the strategic planning committee what they think, and we're going to put something together.
Yeah, obviously, nobody is ever going to agree on everything 100% of the time. It's going to require a level of confidence in each other to realize that what we're trying to do is the best for the district going forward. So I just want to make sure those lines of communication are open. We are hearing what they're saying, and we're being reactive and proactive on their behalf as well. So,
one thing I wonder if it might help on this score is that perhaps in the strategic planning process or at about the same time, it might be worth, Lori, either your or the board's kind of articulating, maybe in writing, a management philosophy for the district. How is leadership done in this district? What is our model of how a teacher fits into the decisions that are made in the district? And, often I like to say that traditionally I think we lived in a world in which each teacher was the king or queen of his or her classroom, and the principal's job was primarily to make sure that the buses showed up on time and otherwise to stay out of what the teachers were doing. And that model is going, and it's not coming back. But I think there's a lot of fear that what will replace it is a top-down, very bureaucratic model where the superintendent, the curriculum director say, okay, here's what you're going to do. Everybody will be on page 57 on Wednesday. And, I think teachers naturally don't feel valued in a system like that and don't want to be a mere cog in the wheel. I don't think we intend to have a system like that.
Agreed.
But I'm not sure that's always heard in the rank and file. And, you know, if instead we intend to have a more collaborative leadership situation in which we make decisions as a group rather than top down, it's worth defining how that will work. And that might help. Just an idea.
Any other comments on the CEC presentation? And if not, we'll go to my favorite topic, which is the first reading of policies from Press Issues 86 and 87, page on 69. I personally enjoyed reading all 70 pages.
I bet you did.
Yes, had a great time. And I did come up with 4 items, but before I delve into it, I thought, is there any other comments on any of the items?
Well, perhaps on behalf of Dathan and me, let me highlight 2 items that I think you should be looking at as you look at the policies. One item is, let me find what policy it is. Lori, this is the policy where we increase the dollar amount.
It's page 85, 4150.
Thank you. Yeah, in that policy, this governs decisions on contracts for for renovations or permanent alterations to buildings and grounds. And up till now, board approval has been required for any such contract that exceeds $12,500. The law's changed. It now allows us to increase the amount to $25,000. That's what's written in your first level of the policy. But I think you really need to think about it, because even if the law has increased the level, the board can still rightfully decide as a governance matter that it wants to have approval authority over things in between that level. I don't think Dathan and I really had strong opinions on that, but it's something y'all should think about before we just vote on the policies. The other thing that I'll mention is on page 82 of the PDF board packet, and this is in policy 4130. And I had not really focused on this before, but we've got a policy on free food services. If we were a district taking federal school lunch money, we would have a policy on both free and reduced cost school lunches. So there's one poverty level line, and I use that term loosely, if you will, that decides whether somebody qualifies for a free lunch. And then in the federal system, there's a middle tier where people are not poor enough to get a free lunch, but they are poor enough to get a reduced price lunch. We don't give anything to that tier at all. That tier pays full ticket in our district. We're allowed to do that because we don't take federal school lunch monies. So we can continue doing what we're doing. Personally, and this may be only a me issue, I would like to see us look into what the cost would be if we were to create a reduced price tier in our district. I think we've had a lot of people come up and talk about fees and the affordability of fees, and our fees are awfully high. And yeah, I'm okay in general with them being awfully high. I'm not sure I'm okay with charging people whose family incomes fall within the federal reduced fee, band, our full fees. So that's something I guess I'd call to everybody's attention. I certainly don't know enough to say I'm ready to vote to create such a thing, but I'd love to hear from our staff, what the cost would be to do that.
John, you talked about 4120 and 4150. You mentioned 130, but I thought in 120, under footnote 1, every public school must have a free lunch program. And I was intrigued by that because I asked that, and I thought that a answer came back a meeting or so ago that we don't have to have that. And I'm not quite certain now if we need to have one or not to have one. And certainly what you just said makes a lot of sense, that if there's a middle tier, we should be servicing that middle tier in some regard. We can't be overlooking that. So my concern is, do we indeed need to have a lunch program? And going even one step further, is it that necessary, or should we eliminate it? I know that we have it at the middle schools. We don't have it at the elementary schools, correct? We don't have a hot lunch.
No, but we provide a lunch to any elementary student who qualifies for a free lunch.
We provide them a free lunch.
Correct.
Okay.
It's satellited out of the middle
And is
schools.
that brought over from the middle schools?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So is the middle school therefore providing those free lunches to all of the other elementaries? Is that the basis of maintaining it at the middle schools?
Absolutely. Well, the middle school has a hot lunch program. And there are students who qualify for a type A federally federal funded lunch.
I think our conversation we had about the lunch program before was a little bit about, since we don't accept any federal money, we don't fall under the auspices of the government from a nutrition perspective or anything for what we offer
the guidelines
in the hot lunch program. So I think one of the things that I think would need to be looked at with the cost is, I know we just approved the food service contract, I believe last month for the next year, is that that's obviously providing a certain menu of food. So we would also have to look at, cost would be if we had to then adhere to the federal guidelines for nutrition. I'm guessing there would probably be some additional cost then to the program we currently provide at the middle schools. I'm not against it, I'm just noting that I think that's something we had been discussed at a prior meeting.
So there's two separate things here. We're talking about potentially having kitchens put into our elementary schools. That's something to consider. But then it's also the need for us to participate in the National School Lunch Act and Child Nutrition Act, and our demographics are not such that we're required to participate. So two completely different things.
And I want to be clear that the issue I'm talking about does not, I'm not proposing that we opt into the federal lunch program. What I am curious about is whether we, as a matter of our own program, which has a free band and nothing else, consider having a free band and a reduced fee band. And I'm probably less interested in the cost of the lunch every day as I am in the fact that we use the same thresholds for determining whether kids have to pay our student fees.
And Becky, do you have a way to figure out who those reduced kids would potentially be?
I would not have a way to figure that out. Absolutely not.
Are there assumptions that you can make based on neighboring districts that do in terms of the ratio of how many free kids they have?
It varies. Demographics are so different from district to district that
Are there some back of the envelope assumptions you can make to get a range of what the costs would be? Because I guess I'm not terribly satisfied with, and I have no idea as the cost of.
Well, the only thing I could do is go to 207 and look for a percentage of students at 207, especially those who go to Maine South, would qualify for a reduced lunch. And
that would be a good
see what that would require.
Yeah.
So Jen, you're thinking of it beyond lunch. You're thinking of it in terms of fees. If there is a band of fees beyond nothing, and where it is, lunch is one part of it, but really you're looking at student fees more than anything as the target.
Exactly, because we use our lunch thresholds to trigger waiver of fees as well. And so, if you think of the hundreds of dollars that we charge each kid each year, basically, unless somebody is poor enough to get an outright free federal lunch, when they come and say, I can't afford my Chromebook, I can't afford my middle school fee, we say, tough luck, and we're going to refer you to a credit agency if you don't pay. And while I have no problem at all doing that with people who can afford it, it does worry me that there is a band of people who are supposed to be getting an education from us, and we're imposing fees that, may be disproportionate. Again, I'm not ready to go ahead and create that, but I'd love to have the information so that we would know how big a financial hole that would be.
Another indicator may be the report that you'll see in other reports is that monthly report that we give you about number of students who haven't paid their fees yet this year. And often when we send our notices out and send them off to collections, the calls that we get is we can't afford this. What can we do? So that may be another indicator. But I will check with Maine South.
Do we have it somewhere in here what defines that band?
Yes.
It's in this? I'm looking for it.
No, the guidelines change annually, and I could find them on the State Board's webpage.
Maybe when you're submitting that, if you could maybe define what those are, just so I have an understanding of where they fall.
I think it's 30, there's a band of 30% from what qualifies you as free lunch to what qualifies you as for reduced pricing.
Okay.
But don't quote me on that.
I'm just curious what that guideline would be.
I would appreciate that too, because I feel like I have a general idea, but I couldn't tell you exactly what those thresholds are.
Those thresholds came out when we decided to put people towards collection. It was the poverty line minus a certain amount, if you can remember.
For the payment plans, we
Yes,
defined it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
It's defined off those payment plans.
Be a good refresher.
Yeah.
Sure.
Um,
Other policies?
It's a good topic that we obviously should spend a little bit more time on. The page 85 for 150 change to standardized $25,000. Is that part and parcel? I know that you don't, as administration, don't have to come to the board and request get our approval for a request for a bid if it's less than $25,000.
Correct.
So I was just wondering if there's any attempt to change the wording of this policy to coincide with that practice, or are they really two separate issues? No attempt to coordinate those items.
Right now, the bid policy, which is not this policy, says 25,000 in accordance with the school code, and the school code says 25,000.
So there's no attempt to try and link up these two items.
Well, I think the link up would be the fact that we're trying to increase this.
this
Our
to
recommendation is to
25,000.
right.
Presses.
Yeah, Becky's recommendation was to increase this to 25, which would make it match the other ones. The only issue here was that Dathan and I looked at that and said, you know what, the board ought to talk about that before we just do it.
Mm-hmm. You know, I personally don't have a problem with that since we have a practice of going to outside vendors, but the corollary to that is there is a report and an informational update to the board. So, by the way, we're going out, it's a $17,000 bid to fix a leak in the bathroom over here. We don't need your approval to do it. That kind of like goes along, it's a stretch of that operational thing that they put up there. It's a little more than $5,000, but it's in the same genre. I get that. So I don't have a problem with the 25 per se, provided that the board is given the courtesy of an update and that action is happening, and there has to be some oversight to, after all, you put enough of these $25,000 together, you get some real money.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm saying that the corollary to that has to be providing the board the courtesy of informational updates prior to doing that.
Sometimes it's not even possible to do it prior to. I mean, if we have an emergency and
yeah.
a repair needs to be made, we're going to make it. So if it's a plumbing repair, the plumber's going to be there and we're going to have the plumber fix it. So
yeah,
right.
We see the checks every month.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
You do.
On page 72, 410, final adoption procedure of the budget shall be balanced as defined by the State Board of Education, and if not, adopt a deficit reduction plan. Now, as we go into deficit spending, that just jumped out at me like a two-pronged pitchfork. And so I saw the look, and yes, I caught it. So can you please describe for me, if we have a deficit reduction or deficit budget and we're in deficit spending, are we required, therefore, to have a balanced budget or some sort of plan to balance that budget?
if you'll recall, in September, when we adopt the final budgets, I give you this ISBE legal budget that is usually probably only read by school business people. It's a legal form, and on there's, if your budget is not balanced, it will tell you if you need a budget reduction. And then you have to look at 3 years of expenditures and what you're going to do to cost reduce to make sure that your budgets are in balance over a 3-year period. So we haven't reached that point. I'm pretty proud to say that every year when we've adopted a budget, it has come back that says not required, budget reduction but not required. So,
well, unfortunately,
that's not going to be the thing.
Yes,
exactly.
the projections for next year show that not to be the case.
Correct.
So the projections show deficit spending for the next 4 to 5 years, unless something changes.
Right.
So therefore, at the next year's budget, and little thing highlights and it says you need to have a deficit reduction plan. How does one institute a deficit reduction plan to balance the budget when you're projecting deficits 4 years out?
Well, you're going to have to, as a board, have a dialogue in public as to what you plan to do to bring your budget back in balance. And that's just a process that if I were not retiring, that we would be going through in September and going forward. Luann will have to take you through that process.
Well, I guess a question I have on that is when you talk about preparing a balanced budget, is a component of the budget that we're going to be using some of our reserves to, be able to pay all of our bills. I mean, we've got, so if we've got $50 million in the bank and we're going to deficit spend by $3 million, well, we're going to use $3 million of that fund balance, I guess would be the appropriate term. So is that considered balancing the budget?
That would be part of the plan that you would present to go forward to
so
ISB.
I don't know if it's as problematic.
I don't think it's as problematic as it sounds.
I mean, it's a source of funds that we have. I mean, it's you're talking about just simply lining up our revenues and our expenses, but not taking into consideration that we have money in the bank that we can effectively use to balance the budget.
So truly, it doesn't kick in until 2019 when we're below the 120 days.
To be honest with you, Tony, I don't know when it kicks in because I've never seen it come up that way. I've always been fortunate to adopt budgets that didn't require that.
Okay. I guess we'll keep our eyes open for that. And my last item is page 71, 410, budget plan. Superintendent shall present to the board a budget. And my question is, should the superintendent through the CSBO provide that presentation?
We went back and forth on this.
I could
when
imagine.
Dathan and I first saw it, the word superintendent had been crossed out everywhere and replaced with the chief school budget
And it wasn't
officer.
me that did it.
It was the chief school business.
And this was largely my suggestion. I think it ought to be the superintendent because the board employs a superintendent, and the superintendent employs a chief school business officer. And so the person that we should hold responsible for giving us a budget is Lori, not Becky. Now, if Lori wants to use Becky to prepare a budget, and she certainly will, that's fine. But the only person that we as a board hold responsible for everything is Lori. And so consistent with that, my recommendation would be that it say superintendent. Now, I was talked into superintendent or designee. That's fine with me. But I like to keep the main person on the hook. So that was the reasoning.
So originally it was superintendent, then it went to CSBO, and now it's kind of a combo.
And I get that concept, John, and I in some ways agree with it. It's just that I also know that the expert in the nuances of all of this minutiae really is the CSBO. Superintendent wears many, many hats. Very few of them are CSBO certified. Some are. But it would seem to me that if we have pointed questions, we would want to direct them to the person. So to
both of us.
Well, to both, yeah. So it almost seems like it should be a dual presentation, or you certainly can use your designee and provide certain aspects and components of it. But I think when you get down to the nitty gritty, I think the financial person is going to have to be at the helm.
Absolutely. For what it's worth, maybe one analog in my day job, in the federal Superfund hazardous substance cleanup law, where EPA goes around and it cleans up sites, that law doesn't actually designate EPA to do anything. It designates the president to decide how to clean up a Superfund site. And obviously, President Obama doesn't sit around and decide whether an 18-inch clay liner will help protect the groundwater. He delegates that. And, but this is sort of set up the same way because at the end of the day, the person you're going to hold responsible if the budget is terrible is Lori. And so, my recommendation would be that she should be the person named in the policy.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, and I don't have it in front of me, but my recollection is that there's something in the superintendent expectations about the budget. So,
one of the standards.
So I don't see any harm in saying the superintendent should be ultimately accountable, for the budget. But yeah, the reality is certainly that our chief school business officer is going to be the most knowledgeable person with respect to all elements of how that's composed and put together.
Okay.
So
just going forward, so are we going to keep it? What's the consensus? Superintendent, superintendent, and designee? What is everybody?
Second one.
Second one?
Superintendent or designee, just to make sure it's clear.
Yeah. Okay. Dan, that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had on the press policy. Had a lot of fun doing that. Any comment? And if not, we'll go right to number 135, which is approval of network upgrade to accommodate VoIP.
is there a need for anyone on the board to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to keep going through?
Vicki, okay?
I need a break.
All right. Why don't we take 3 minutes? Yeah. 4 minutes.
Oh, really?
Vicki, you were absolutely correct. That was necessary.
Pardon me.
That was necessary. You were absolutely correct. The break.
Lori, your staff's looking.
All righty.
We got a Q&A.
I think so.
I got it via email. I see it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, I should put it in my bag.
I'm
Sorry.
waiting for my computer to boot up here. Little circles going around and around. Okay.
Shoved them in the bag.
So if everybody directs themselves to or the other side of the table.
It was to Dathan.
Here you go. To page, so as I scroll to it, 135, we need to talk about the approval of the voice over internet protocol. And MJ?
With the memo presented for you about our VoIP and MDF, IDF network enhancements that would be required for VoIP services. So at the December 15th board meeting, the district endorsed for us to move forward in the request for proposal process. So in January, we posted our RFPs for both the network and the VoIP side. And then in February, we closed the bidding process and then began our evaluation of those bid proposals with the assistance of Clients First consultants, who are also our E-rate consultants, to get their lens on it. So for the network RFP process, there were 7 vendors proposals received, and in those bid proposal evaluations, they were based on the ability for the vendor to meet our technical requirements, the compatibility with our existing network infrastructure platforms, company expertise and their references, and completeness and accuracy of their proposal. So it came down to 2 finalist presentations that when they come, they show their wares, and we talk in greater detail about the different variances in their proposals. That was held with CDW and with a company called Heartland, and that was on March 9th. So we're bringing forward our decision about CDW's proposal as it emerged as the proposal that we felt we could move forward with for the network enhancements tonight, as you read that in the memo. So why CDW's proposal over Heartland's? There were essentially 5 different reasons that we wanted to summarize for you. One, that CDW's proposal provided more of a core switch redundancy and failover at both PRI entry points. So for our VoIP network, we would need at 2 points in our district, PRI, which is like the phone company speak for the line that comes in, and that would come in, and then at 2 points in our district, so that we would have failover for the north side or the south side and that sort of thing. Our network would be smart enough to handle that and notify us of when those occurrences might happen. That's one thing. The second thing is the UPS backup power system that they proposed to be installed in MDFs and IDFs throughout our district, because we want that redundancy, or we want that uptime of something as essential as a telecommunication system. The enhanced network management tools for quality of service and traffic shaping, networking, being able to manage the switches across the district in a timely and efficient manner. Number 4, future-proofing our switch infrastructure, providing 10 gigabyte, the availability of 10 gigabytes to handle 10 gigabytes everywhere in the district, which will put the district, as opposed to a 7-year life cycle, more outwards of 15-year life cycle and beyond, depending on how much we want to grow our network infrastructure capabilities. And then lastly, Juniper Care next day support, or in other words, 24/7 technical support as well, so that we maintain our phone systems to that degree of uptime. So some other additional considerations as we're moving forward into the VoIP proposal is that Category 2 E-rate discounts are being awarded this next fiscal year. What the amount is, we kind of guess at. We usually fall in a range of about 40% discount E-rate. So that means we get reimbursement back on network scope of work that gets done in the district. So we want to take advantage of those when they get rewarded, because we don't know what the feds are going to do in terms of that funding in the future. So that may not be around. The SWIFT, and again, I mentioned the switch life cycles should be reviewed about every 7 years, just to see where we're at with that. And we're about at that time with the initial infrastructure switch upgrades that had occurred over the course of time and finalized in about 2010. Because the district did different buildings at different times over the course of like 5 years. And then we felt that CDW was a trusted contractor who has actually worked and advised us on our network over the last few years. So they're kind of familiar with our structure here and what's in place already. So that was assured. So in Appendix 8, after the extensive discussion, or as we have more discussion, we're recommending that we move forward with CDW's proposal of $296,145.95. And then the funding source for that purchase will be from our capital funds, projects fund. 60, and in addition, District 64 is eligible for E-rate reimbursement of the network work of approximately 40%, or in about $118,458.38 in reimbursement.
Can I ask a question about that? Absent the E-rate refunds, will the total cost, let's say all of a sudden that program drops out and we can't get dime one rebated, will the remaining funds in the bond funds in the capital budget, will that be sufficient to pay for this system, or is the purchase totally dependent upon exhausting whatever funding we have plus the E-rates?
If you'll recall, that kind of balance sheet that we presented you in February, we had estimated that we would spend out of the capital projects fund $500,000 for this project. Right now, tonight, we're recommending that only the network upgrade come out of the capital projects fund. And when we receive our E-rate reimbursement, probably next spring, it will go back into the capital projects fund.
So does that mean that we will leave bond money on the table when it's all said and done? Or do you have that earmarked and set aside for another project?
We haven't defined what projects that we will be doing in the summer of 2016.
Will we have already received information regarding health, life, and safety upgrades that are necessary? And are you, knowing that you're thinking 2 steps ahead, are you considering saving that amount of funding in preparation for life safety enhancements?
Correct, and that's part of the reason that a portion of this total project cost will come out of Fund 60. And as you see, when we get to the next action item, when we actually purchase the phone system, I'm recommending that we do a 5-year lease, a lease purchase, a municipal lease for the purchase of that, for cash flow purposes.
And does it cost us any more to do it over 5 years lease versus buying it outright?
A small amount of money for financing. I was amazed at how little the financing costs were.
10,000?
Yeah, probably closer to 15.
Yeah, okay. When I went through this, you know, it sounds like the phones themselves came in less than was anticipated back in October. And you know, it's kind of like a perfect thing. The contract's expiring, costs are going to go up. We have the bond funding that we kind of need to use. E-rates are available, they may go away. So strike while the iron's hot, right? So I get it.
Logical.
We had a bid, we had a quote, we had an estimate back in October of 14 that the phones were going to cost something. It looks like we're coming in about 10 grand less. That's nice. To me, the major issues are with the power backup and the data network stuff. And that's where I have major problems. And one other area, and that is just starting from scratch. What the heck is our cost currently so we can project our savings? As I went through here, I've identified 3 separate places that give me 3 separate numbers as to what our current costs are. And it's very confusing for me to try and make heads or tails out of this when I don't know where the starting line is. And, you know, if I'm running a 220, I pretty much know that line is where you start running from, not here or here or here. So, for instance, on page 135, they talk about $8,000 a month and $90,000 a year. And then there's another remark later on, $9,000 a month, $108,000 a year. And then on page 145, it's the 14-15 budget, $132,395 a year.
Well, I'll speak to the budget amount.
Please.
And the budget amount is always a projection of what you anticipate your costs to be. A budget isn't always spent 100%. And I don't anticipate that that budget in the telephone line item will be spent in its entirety. When I started looking at the detail of that about a month ago, I realized that there were an awful lot of things charged into that account that shouldn't be there, and I've reclassified those expenses to the proper account, which makes me feel very comfortable sitting here tonight saying we're not going to expend the $132,000. But that's what the budget is this year. And so therefore, when I make a budget-to-budget comparison, that's the number I would use.
Well, Beck, when I'm paying bills, I need to know what my exact cost is.
Our
exact cost, so that I know what the exact expense is to figure out what my exact savings are. So which number am I using?
Our phone bill,
yes,
monthly phone bill, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $9,000. Now it fluctuates depending on usage, so somewhere around $9,000.
So based on 9, and yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, because I went through exactly the same thing yesterday and today. Because I'm not sure that's the number you want to be looking for. The number you really want here is how much am I spending right now that I won't be spending next year? Because that's what you want to offset
Would you
against.
not get it, though, from this?
Well, I agree with you.
Yes.
There were several different numbers in there. So I went back and forth with Lori and Becky and MJ yesterday and today. And this thing that got passed out are largely answers to my questions. The table on the front page of what was handed out was, at the end of my conversation with them, my best understanding of the costs and the savings. And please correct me if I've got anything wrong in here, and I'm not positive that everything's perfect here. But so I had a category for one time or, costs that were limited in time. So the VoIP equipment has a cost. The network upgrade has a cost. And the costs are a little bit lower than what you're seeing elsewhere because I pulled the maintenance part of it out. Then MJ mentions there's $12,250 in cable costs that aren't part of either RFP, but she's going to have to spend it. And then there's the E-rate funding, which is an offset. So that's the lump of cost that you have to spend. And then there are yearly costs. So there's a maintenance cost for the VoIP, which is every year. There's a maintenance cost for the network equipment, which is every year, forever and ever. And then there's the avoided cost of the legacy system, which is, I think, what you were trying to get at. I originally, when I made this table, I used $72,000 a year, and I based that on the number that's on page 139 of our board packet. And I had heard that number before, so that's partly why I used it. Now, while I was on the phone with those folks this afternoon, they reminded me that $72,000 is about what we're paying per year right now, but they expect the cost of the system to go up if we don't replace it, and we've heard that before. I'm not sure they know exactly how much it's going to go up, but numbers like 30% or 50% got thrown out. So the number that's in here, the 93,600, is 72,000 plus, I think it was 30%, so to be conservative. So it's got a conservative listing of the savings. When you add that in, that means that overall each year you're saving about 80,000. And then kind of the last question was, how many years of saving 80,000 do you have to have before you pay off the costs you initially had? And the answer is about 5. So that was my understanding after going through this. Again, I'm not the expert, you guys are, so you should correct me.
No.
But,
and I guess I'm looking at that too, and I guess another question I have though is I go back, say if the numbers, cost of legacy system, whether it's 93,000, 108,000. When I look in our budget documents later in here, you could look at page 237 of my thing, there's an E-rate budget we have for the year of approximately $74,000. So is 74,000 is the E-rate rebate we anticipate getting for our current phone system?
No, that is the E-rate based upon last year's expenses. The E-rate reimbursement comes after the fact.
So what would that? Because I don't think anybody's taking the E-rate. If we're getting an E-rate rebate now, I don't think anybody's incorporating that into the current cost of our system.
We anticipate that E-rate reimbursement for our phone service will actually go away under the new E-rate regulations.
Effective immediately?
Yes. My understanding.
Yeah. Okay. So, but we don't know that for sure?
Next year, I'm not budgeting that amount in the operation and maintenance fund for E-rate reimbursement because I have been told by our consultant that we won't get that next year.
Okay. Do you know when we'll know?
But our cost we've experienced to date, just to be clear then, isn't $93,000 or $108,000. It's $108,000 minus that rebate we've got, which even if it's $50,000, our current cost of our phone system's really been $40,000 instead of 90 or 100,000.
Not entirely, because E-rate also, and it depends on how you're receiving them, E-rate also incorporates other services. So that 74 is not entirely out just a discount or a rebate from our phones. There's also other services that we capitalize for E-rate. So that also includes kind of our ISP, our internet service provider. So we get a good chunk of money from that. And that's not going away either. So the feds have committed to ensuring that school districts have at least a pipe in to the district, and they've maintained that discount. But these other discounts that we're talking about, including the phone system and especially a centric system, that stuff's going away, at least from what our E-rate consultants are telling us.
Okay. And I guess, yeah, I'm just, as I looked at this, I mean, when we initially got this proposal, there was, 5.7 year, payback in a sense period. Now it's 7.5. Our original budget thought for this was it was going to be $398,000. Now it looks like it's going to be about $542,000. So that's 36% growth. Now we need to take the E-rate that you're saying we will get for this into consideration, right? So you're saying we get $118,000
and that's only on the network portion.
And we would get that back immediately all at once in 1 year?
Yeah, that's what's scheduled for next year's E-rate Category 2. Yeah.
So yeah, and I guess just going back to sort of thinking about capital improvements, so we're talking about spending, even if we take the E-rate into consideration, spending over $400,000. I'm just thinking about, we talk about thinking about not making certain decisions because we're looking at our master facility plan, everything like that. Is this something that we should be doing today Or should we, what would be the cost, or do we have an option with the Centrix if we wanted to renew that for a year instead of 5 years or something? I'm just wondering, we're going to talk about things, and just honestly, we talk about things like we don't have locks on doors for student safety, but we're going to spend $500,000 for a phone system, and I'm not sure how that enhances learning in the district necessarily. You look at interactions with teachers. Teachers always tell you, hey, send me an email. I never check my voicemail. I've heard that year after year after year. So I'm just wondering if this is the right place to spend our money, I guess is my question.
Well, I think bottom lines, in our culture, we consider phones as a utility, and it's sort of an assumption. I mean, they started talking about the internet becoming a utility now because it's becoming an assumption of how we live and operate. So it's a foundational system that we have to, I think, give attention to in our district, and it's definitely a health and safety issue when you have to maintain a phone system within your building, and that's connected to your paging system, and it's connected to how people, the fire department, 911, how people interact for any number of different demands. One of the reasons why our teachers don't check our voicemail is because of the legacy system that we have. It's just not an effective system. It's not an efficient system. So if we put in something that's a little bit more, that teachers could utilize better, then you have multiple ways of catching a teacher as opposed to just saying, you know what, just leave a voicemail or email me, right? So there's been a need, and in my short 8 months here, it's bubbled up. We had outages at the beginning of the year that, system failures and voicemail failures that had occurred because we're maintaining a legacy system. And at this point, our opportunities are kind of pushing us to move, at least in some timely fashion, because these rates are they're just going to go up. And AT&T is pushing all of their resources to move people away from Centrix. They don't want to put any more money into training technicians, keeping tools around, and having people respond to calls, because that's a dying industry. And so they're trying to push people away into more PRI lines, utilizing POTS lines and things like that, as opposed to keeping them on Centrix. So the market's moving that way, and it has been actually for some time now. VoIP has been around for a good, 10, 15 years.
More than a decade, yeah.
Yeah, and so the cost of VoIP is really, kind of normalized over the decades, with legacy systems really being pushed out.
I guess I still look at it. I mean, we're talking about the 7 years by the analysis here that it would take for us to recoup our money, or 5 years perhaps by this. And I just look at it. Our voicemail was out for a month. I didn't hear anything catastrophic that happened in our district, and we were without voicemail for a month. So I'm just looking at that and thinking about the other things that we could be doing, and are there things that we could be doing for student safety or student learning instead of doing this immediately? It's just my thought.
I guess for me it depends on the payback period, because the payback period is short enough. The difference between this and putting locks on doors is putting locks on doors will not save us money, and we will not get that money back. It increases.
It could save lives.
It can, but it won't pay you back.
Right.
Whereas this, if the payback period is short enough, it will pay you back quickly enough so that this will not have any effect on when you have to go to referendum, for instance. Now, if the payback period's too long, that's not true anymore. So, for instance, if the payback period is 7 or 8 years, then I start to have concerns with it. But if the payback period's 4 or 5 years, then I look at this as basically a savings of money rather than a spending of money. Because over the relevant time period that I'm worried about as a board member, I will end up saving money rather than having spent it. So for me, it's all about the payback period. If it gets long, then I'm kind of with you. I start wondering whether there's something more productive we can spend the money on. But if it's short, I look at it as, in a sense, a money saver rather than a money sucker.
I agree with Bob completely. I think that safety should be paramount. I also understand that a phone system can be part of the safety net, if you will. And certainly if the payback is short enough, then it becomes a viable commodity that we could utilize it more immediately, and we're saving money, not spending money. I get all of that. But to analyze it completely, you want to drop that payback period down as low as possible. So as John was speaking, I was thinking, what would this phone system be utilized for? It'd be for voicemails, would be intra-building communications, inter-building communications, or is it only so that individual staff in their individual rooms can receive outside voicemails? I don't know what the system is intended to do. If you could define that for me, maybe I can understand its relevance, because to me, maybe the system could be throttled down a little bit. I mean, do we need, I saw somewhere in here Cadillac and Chevy. I'm not quite certain what that was necessarily referring to unless it was my car, and I have the Chevy, mind you, not the Cadillac. But, I wonder if, VoIP's been around 10, 15 years. This is not a new technology. I'm having a hard time grasping the enormity of the bottom line of this. That's what it comes down to.
So in terms of enormity in the features and functions of a phone system, of a general phone system,
yes.
I mean, that's going to enable us where right now, we don't even have some phones. We have phones in the district that don't even call out. They call within the building, but they don't call out. We have phones, and there's a good number of those. It's not like it's just one here or there. There's a good number of those, because those are phone lines that have been added. It's kind of like when you're remodeling. Those are phone lines that have been added on and just additions have been put in, but the whole entire system, the foundational part of the system, has not been looked at for like 25 years. So you're just laying that on top of something that is totally legacy. Now, on top of that then, we can capitalize on what our data network can provide for us now in terms of, being alerted that you have a voicemail, not just at your handset with a little light, which we don't even have right now, but an email that you can get off your phone if you're a teacher, walking anywhere, walking down the hall, and then figuring out, oh, someone left me a voicemail, it might be important, right? We'll actually have an automated attendant that'll collect attendance calls in and be able to track our kids if they're actually not, if they didn't get to the bus, if someone didn't take them from the corner or that sort of thing. I mean, so it's this easy kind of tool that everybody is so familiar with. I know how to make a phone call. We teach all our kids how to do that. So it's a foundational system that we really have to take the time to look at. Now, the whole idea about, is it a Cadillac network enhancement that we're doing, or is it a Chevy? And in my response, I think it's a Honda. It's a practical opportunity to invest in something that really would give us more mileage in the end and push us beyond having to look at our network infrastructure beyond the next 7 years, which is sort of the next time that you would look. So if we can push that beyond that, and assuredly knowing the hardware, and in our consultants and with Lucas Cowden looking over the proposal as well as the models. I mean, they're saying, yeah, we can actually virtually grow our network and respond to any kind of future technology. If you're running more security through it, if we're actually running real-time video through it, all of these things we can start to look at and grow in and take advantage of, because we're in a good place to launch from. Right now we're not.
And by upgrading the data network, which is where the bulk of the increased expenses lie, you're able to do all of these things for the future. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And that's going to be, the enhancements to the network are going to be necessary for us to even put the VoIP system in. Because they're going to have that kind of robustness in our network.
So can you define for me how the data network increased? That one specific item is really where I'm hung up. It's $150,000 more than what was suggested to us in October. And that's the area that I'm trying to grasp with, because that's what pushes it from the 5.1 to the 7.6 or whatever it is. And I'm further confused because John's report here tells me it's 5.1 again. So what is it?
Well, it's 5.1 because Becky was taking advantage of the lease for the maintenance rate. Right?
And it includes the E-rate funding offset.
Yes.
In the
Whereas Becky didn't have the E-rate
Yes, wasn't in the
calculation.
original documents we got.
Can I ask a question, though, to kind of follow up and maybe assist a little bit on something Bob and Tony have both said? So one of the things I've seen out there in this world with telecom and VoIP is they're trying to upsell you on this notion of reliability that I find 20-something years old. And Bob had said, what happened when we lost our voicemail for a month or two? The district, it was an inconvenience, but 20 years ago, before everyone had a cell phone and everyone had email, it was a disaster. Now it's more on the inconvenience side. Now, I'm not suggesting we risk safety or anything of those natures, but what I'm saying is sometimes you don't need so much redundancy in today's world. Sometimes, and I see these vendors selling you on that UPS that's going to have a failure of, 5 nines reliability. It's going to fail 1 average hour a year. I wonder, could we get the bottom line lower by accepting failing 8 hours a year? And I'm not saying set it up to fail. What I'm saying is there's an expectation of how reliable it should be. And I wonder if we're setting that expectation way too high for today's world, where in an emergency, virtually everyone has a cell phone, virtually everyone has, email and other things. We can survive downtime better than we could 20 years ago. And so I've seen in my experience vendors really going on, well, you're going to need this additional capacity or this UPS system, because if you go down, then the system doesn't work. But we've had the system go down and made it through. And if you have something that's less expensive, like 24/7 support or something like that, you don't need to build in the redundancies of that. And I just wonder if we ought to look there a little more thoroughly to say, could we survive with a little downtime when it happens, and in a way to reduce that? Because it sounded to me from your proposal, a lot of this price increase, which is resulting in sticker shock, came from I need to build in redundancy because I'm going to this new system, which they'll tell you need, right? Because it used to be you could still plug in something to get to a POTS line, an old telephone line, where with voice over IP you can't. And I get that you want to switch your data and your video and your voice all through one network. There's a value there, and there's things you can do now that you alluded to in terms of I can get those emails on my phone, so I know I have them at night. Maybe I respond with an email. There's value in that. I worry that the redundancy component is getting expensive and maybe isn't necessary, because this isn't, in the event of a disaster, people are going to go to their cell phones, and whether that UPS is there or not, that system's not working. I think we could survive a little electrical outage from time to time, maybe a less robust UPS that keeps you up for half an hour, but maybe not a whole day. Something along those lines.
Okay. We could certainly look at that, because as I said in my memo, with the initial phase 1 analysis, that's the area that client first kind of came really low on, right? And when we were looking at all the bid proposals that did come in, that was the big amount that across all of the vendors came in at about 50 grand. So we were kind of shocked at that, but that's where they came in at. So we could go back to CDW and say, you know what, we don't want to spend this much on UPS or that sort of part of the redundancy, and can you requote us something else? I mean, we could totally do that. They quoted that separate.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that you have to change your vendors if this is the best one for the district. I wonder if maybe we as a board should communicate to you, we might be willing to accept slightly less reliability and go to 4 nines instead of 5 if it saves us 50 grand, because the consequences, at least in my opinion, I don't know if anyone agrees, are less than they were years ago.
Yeah. So if you're okay with that, we can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting you said it where it's going to be out a month, a year, and then everyone's like, why did you spend that? I'm not suggesting that, but what I'm saying is if we're talking about an average failure of 1 hour a year and we move to 6 hours a year, 7 hours a year, but it saves us a considerable amount, I think that's something I'd be willing to accept. And the vendor should be able to talk to you in those terms.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, number one, we just instituted a safety walkie-talkie system with new walkie-talkies that connect to the office independent of the phone systems. So there's duplicity right there. And I was just looking at the telephone system that's proposed. There's only 100 voicemail licenses.
So
is that correct?
Those are additional ones, I think.
Those are additional?
Those are additional.
And I wondered why we even need those. Like if voicemail is included with every telephone line, what do we need voicemail-only lines for?
Those were for teaching assistants, folks who don't necessarily have a desk or a space. And so they could go and pick up their voicemail from any phone. It would just be a voicemail phone.
Okay. And I guess looking at this and sort of following up on this, so does in the estimates that were put together here, I know there's references to having backup electrical power needed. Is that a component of this cost estimate here?
Yeah, that's the UPS power system.
Is that, and I guess where is that as I look at the stuff here? Is that just buried in one of these numbers? Where's the UPS? I mean, I'm looking at telephones district-wide.
It's the data switches, right? The UPS would be data switches?
That's the question.
No, it's not the data switches, but it's incorporated into the network number.
The network number.
Yeah, the answer, Bob.
The
So the data network
it's
number.
buried in
So it's
numbers
buried in the
that-
$296,000.
It appears on page 3 of this piece of paper here.
Okay.
And I think there, MJ, you quote a cost of $54,841 for the UPS. So, I mean, that's a substantial chunk of money.
It is.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if, and I'm guessing that's a full refrigerator size. I can keep this thing. I mean, we have one in our office too. I wonder, can you get away with the $10,000 one that keeps you alive for 2 hours, just in case you lose, like just for a little bit of time, but we just resolve ourselves to, if Park Ridge is out of power for 2 days, do we want that UPS and do generators and all that?
And if the board's blessing is that, and that's not the expectation that, we have to carry forward with, we're good with that.
And if we're going down the wrong path here, and you're like, boy, I wouldn't do that, board. Like we're looking at it and saying, we think we can survive that, and you really disagree with it, by all means say, I don't agree with you and why, but I'm just wondering if maybe we set an expectation that's just been around for so many years. Maybe we should reset it.
Yeah, and from my point, I think, we're obviously concerned about the cost. And I personally am concerned about whether we got upsold a package that maybe it's more than what we need. That's my great fear is, and if you're like, no, this is really pretty much what we need going forward. Talking about the power generating supply, I know I personally asked a couple of months ago, don't we have individual gas generated power units? And I was told we do in all the buildings. And Scott, don't we have natural gas generated power units to provide power?
But it's not in every building and not to every service.
So would it be cheaper to install those to provide individual power instead of buying these UPS units?
I'm afraid I don't know, because I don't know how much the units that you are discussing are. And
It wouldn't be an effective design to do that necessarily. These are into all the IDFs and MDFs that we do have, and we have a lot of them across the district. So the $54,000 that you're seeing is district-wide keeping those closets going in the event of whatever failure it might have. Again, in our conversation, and Scott points out, if we're okay with a lesser amount of downtime, I'm okay with that. But as far as the actual switch upgrades that we would need to do, I feel very strongly that we move forward with those switches. We may pull back on the UPS power side if you're okay with, we're only up 4 hours. we see where we're at, and then,
Like the
kind of
UPSs you have now, what are they rated for? How long would they run roughly?
20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, so
20
I mean,
minutes.
that's a lot of money.
We don't have them everywhere either.
Yeah.
So when there are certain parts of our wireless that go down,
But
they're down.
this proposal is for a 20, 30-minute UPS in most of the IDFs.
No, I believe it's longer than that.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just wondering
talking
if,
past each other. I think, MJ, you're talking existing. Scott's
I'm
asking
talking
if
future.
what's
Sorry.
proposed.
So I'm wondering what this was designed for in the future in terms of the networking. We lose power in Park Ridge, happens all the time. How long are these batteries expected to last in what's your average that, your phone system is running if we lose it for?
I think they were saying about 3 to 5 hours.
3 to 5 hours. And so what I'm wondering is, now maybe I'm out of my element here. Is there the 20-minute one that would cost us a third of this or something? Because 3 to 5 hours is nice, but I think what I'm the only thing I could reasonably protect is the hiccups in Park Ridge Power where I lose it for 10 minutes and then it's back. If we're down for 3 hours, the odds are pretty good we're down for 6 hours and then we're dead in the water anyway. So I don't know that extra money is buying me a whole lot more of a safety net is my point. And so
Okay,
I defer
and I can
to
go
you
back to
to
the
make
vendor
a
and
good
ask.
recommendation.
I could definitely go back to call one and CDW and ask, because they have to interact together to kind of say that maybe we have beefier UPS systems at the PRI points or at critical points where we may want to make sure we have a phone system up for an hour, if it, to that effect, and then maybe not so much in the other areas.
MJ, I get the power thing. In fact, I'm in the active process of getting a natural gas generator for my house. And I'm getting a 10K unit, and I pretty much know how much it costs. So my question to you is, so we have a lot of these units, these server units. What would be like, if you, in a building like this, big building, what would be the power necessary, if you can guess? 8K, 6K, 5K, 5,000 amps?
I couldn't even guess.
Probably not a lot, because these things generally don't draw a lot. And that's my point, because we can get a 6K or 8K generator for $3,000 to $4,000. And even if you put one in every building that's dedicated only to the circuits that run these servers, we have 24/7 power, and we've saved money. I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box with a different energy delivery system instead of a little battery that's going to drain dead in 2 hours and paying a premium for that.
Might I suggest, in the interest of moving forward, especially because it's late, maybe the consensus we have here is that I think the board would be, unless other people disagree, the board would be willing to trade off some reliability for some cost. Mm-hmm. Can you go back and see if you can shave off some cost?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you okay if we end up voting on this at, say, the first April meeting instead of tonight?
We'll lose some discounts that were afforded us for first quarter discounts. So we'll lose some of those if we wait till April.
Will you really? Like if you go back to them and say, sorry, in second quarter you didn't get the sale, give us the discount again?
Yeah, we can ask, but I won't guarantee anything.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add on that is, and I think everyone would be in agreement on this, so if we're going to discount some reliability to upgrading costs, I'd also want to know that we're not discounting anything on safety, right? And I think everyone's in agreement on that. That's still priority number one. So if you tell us that, hey, you'll save X amount of dollars, but you'll lose this amount of reliability, I also want to know, are we giving up anything for safety, and what exactly are we giving up? Because that's more valuable than anything to us, right? Mm-hmm. But other than that, I'm in agreement.
And I guess just one last question, just because I have no idea about this. Does this, for the service we provide, say if we cancel school and we send a voicemail message out to every home here, does that go through this system? Does that go through some other system?
No, it goes through a separate system.
Goes through a separate system.
So it wouldn't be, so okay. I was just thinking in terms of, if we had some disaster, we closed schools, we're talking about downtime, does this play in? But it sounds like that doesn't have anything to do with this. Okay.
No, it doesn't. So we'll take the consideration in terms of redesigning some of the UPS backups, see if we can have some cost savings. And then what kind of safety trade-offs.
Right.
that
If
we have.
anything, I'd like to know the particulars on that.
Okay.
And you might as well look into the generators, alternate.
To do that, all you need
Just
to
make a
know,
phone call.
all you need to know is what the power demand is of your servers.
Yeah, what we'll do while we're reviewing this with the conversation on the generators is I'll look at the capacity of the system, the capacity that I have at the buildings that have backup generators, which is 5 of the 8, I think, just off the top of my head. And then there will be a cost to get the power to the MDF closets, obviously, to run the power there. But as you said, it would be a permanent, one-time cost with a permanent 24/7 coverage. So
Right.
we just need to look into that. I don't want to guarantee anything now, but it definitely warrants looking into.
Exactly. And then if you put a 5K unit in one building, it's $2,500. It's a lot less expensive.
Yeah, the additional cost there, Dr. Burley, would be how far that run is and
At the
what.
panel.
Right, yeah, correct.
I got it.
Yeah, I know you understand, but I will definitely follow up with MJ on that.
Okay.
So if we can get you some of this information or all this information by Wednesday, would Wednesday's meeting be?
I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we can vote on this on Wednesday because it's less than 48 hours before the meetings start and we don't
Correct.
have it on the agenda.
You're correct, John.
Okay.
This can't be on Wednesday. It has to be
The next one, which is?
the
13th.
13th.
April 13th.
Yeah.
Can we talk about it?
We can talk about it, but we can't vote on it.
Actually, I hate to say it, but I'm not even sure we can talk about it.
We
Not
can.
on the
Just from
agenda.
looking at the special, well, if we take a look at our, Lori, check the policy, but I think our policy for special open meetings is that the only discussion can be on the agenda items on the meeting.
I think you're right.
So it's regular board meetings, we can talk about anything we want if a board member
Exactly.
brings it up.
Special meetings we can't.
Is that a policy that the school code?
I don't know.
Because that would be a policy I wouldn't mind the committee looking at and changing.
I think it might be in Illinois.
I just know it's in our policy.
Yeah.
I think it might be an Illinois requirement.
And I have a feeling we didn't think that up on our own.
Yeah,
Right. It
possibly.
doesn't sound like us.
Okay, let's slide down. I guess we're going to obviate then the next action item, and we can slide right down to the consent agenda on page 149.
You want a motion?
Can I ask a question or two?
Please.
And this might be just more for Joel to keep him awake. I saw that there were two job shares of people who went from full-time literacy teachers to half-time literacy teachers. So I didn't see any. Are we hiring someone then to replace what would seem like one post, or are we going down a post?
No, we contractually have we can approve the opportunity to approve job shares that teachers present. We, after meeting with the administration and with the teachers, thought this was a good idea, worked for the benefit of the district as well as the teachers. They will combine to take one position, which will create an opening, and we will internally post that position.
Okay, thank you. Is this, what we're about to do is, it covers the closed minutes too?
Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask about one word without having to disclose too much there. So on page 278 of the package, there's an item number 4 that is at 7:24 p.m. And I see John's got it up so he could look at something.
Bob, that is not one of the audio closed minutes that we are destroying. So that would be, that's not on the consent agenda.
Okay.
It'll be on approval of minutes.
Okay.
But
So
I mean, you'll
different
probably
item.
want to ask that same question
Okay.
in a minute or so.
Okay.
So I'm not, you might as well ask it now, I guess.
I just, on the third sentence there that starts out with the words "the parents," I didn't know if that was correct or if it should have said "the district."
On 178?
Yeah.
278.
I would agree.
At 278.
I think that should be the district. in that sentence.
No other questions in the interest of time.
Any other questions regarding anything on the consent agenda? And if not, we're back on page 149, which is the action item. So anybody want to make a motion?
We got to take out all the stuff that was
Yeah,
really right. So let me see if I can read this. I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge, Niles, Illinois, approve the consent agenda of March 23rd, 2015, which includes
bills,
payroll, benefits, approval of financial update for the period ending February 28th, 2015, and destruction of audio closed minutes.
Second?
Second.
We'll take a vote, starting with Dan.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Are we doing a board member liaison report, Elementary Learning Foundation?
Yeah.
Still have to do approval of minutes.
Oh, sorry, jumped ahead.
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
I move that the Board of education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge, Niles, Illinois, approve the minutes from the regular board meeting on February 23rd, 2015, and the closed session minutes on February 23rd, 2015, with the correction that Bob just noted a couple of minutes ago.
Second.
Bob?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And I didn't have the page number to go to that, sorry. I missed that one. All right, board member liaison reports.
I was unable to attend the last Elementary Learning Foundation meeting.
I was there.
You were there? Great.
Yeah, so if you want a quick report, they're looking at their grants, looking at probably administering they've got about $36,000 available for grants. They are also getting ready for the Judith Snow Award, which is given out to 8th graders who apply or who are nominated. And so they're beginning that process, and students can apply for that. They're also looking at some different fundraisers, something they did last year, a Got to Run, which is a 5K in Arlington Heights that the school gets a percentage of the entry fees. They're looking at a Chipotle fundraiser possibly at the end of April, something in the summer possibly at the Pickwick, and they also made the decision that they will hold casino night in 2016 on January 30th.
All right.
And I think that they're looking to do some things there to continue to enhance attendance at the event.
Mm-hmm. Vicki, how did your Carpenter outreach go?
It went really well. They had a pretty good turnout because they announced new officers. And I just talked about the things like the residency program and Lori's, what she's working on, the CEC, the architectural, study. So it was really good. They brought up a couple questions. They wanted to know, like, if Niles people, since they pay lower property taxes, if they maybe should pay more fees. I mean, they were just kind of, I know, it was silly. And what else did they bring up?
Wasn't it?
No, I know, but I emailed you and said.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
But it was good.
Yeah.
It was really good.
I can't remember what was on that email.
And I think, Tony, and you and I were at the Emerson PTO meeting.
We did. I'm proud to say that Bob and I attended a lot of the PTOs and ELF, and there was great feedback. I'll tell you, this was good outreach. And Vicki, thank you for going to the Carpenter. I would have went, but there was a little thing called a forum that night that I had to attend. And frankly, there was great feedback in this outreach to the community, hearing what's important to these folks and taking it back to the board and discussing it. I mean, I would certainly suggest that next year's board continue to do this. I mean, it doesn't have to be the same two people, but at least there's some sense of continuity. And should I be reelected, I would volunteer to do it because it was great. It was a great vibe. I enjoyed the conversational back and forth and hearing some of the items that were important. Got some great items out of it. Number one, that transportation thing. I'm really looking forward to getting that report from Becky. You know, the playground equipment. I mean, I had never even considered that. It was nice to get it thrown out there and see what can and can't be done. But there was just a nice discussion, and I think people like to know, to have some answers to some of their questions. So I would highly suggest that it be continued in the future as an important way to connect with people who pay the taxes. I think it'd be a great way.
Another great meeting that really does do the same thing is the monthly PTO president meetings, because they come and we go school by school, and then we usually have a board meeting that night. So I don't feel like we're not connecting with the PTOs, because I think those meetings are very productive.
I would agree.
They do really two different things. I think they connect on two different levels. On one aspect, you have in the president's meeting, it's the president, and these other meetings, I mean, you have the entire executive board of the PTO, and basically anybody from the PTO wants to show up. So it gives you a little bit broader exposure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But anyway.
Vicki, can you do sustainability?
Yes, sustainability. That is a great committee that Scott is on, Bernadette is on, and Dr. Lopez. And I just want to go on record, and I should have done it at the last meeting, is saying, you know, the teachers and the parents that are volunteering on that committee, it is amazing, because, you know, they're coming after a full day of school. You know, there's no stipend involved, and it's really good. And basically, they made a decision to offer it as a stipend position, because right now there's really nobody that can take on this duty of waste-free lunches, and so I think that's exciting. Obviously, they're going to look at the people that have been serving on the committee, and if they apply as maybe a potential candidate. And you are going to start something at Lincoln for the compost, right? That's going to be there's going to be a compost test here.
Yes, at Lincoln we are going to start composting the food in the cafeteria and have that picked up.
Cans, right?
Yes, and have that picked up by Lakeshore and hauled off. So it's a trial thing.
So the whole goal is to basically try to promote waste-free lunches and reduce garbage and get these kids more conscious. I keep bringing up at the meetings that it's imperative that we reach the parents, because you can be preaching to the kid, and then if the mom is, you know, packing a disposable lunch and everything's going in the garbage, that's not accomplishing anything. So we actually talked about that at the Carpenter meeting. Talked about hitting the parents at the parent night when they're so, you know, to meet the new teacher and coming in, you know, talking about these things, and of course trying to reach out with some literature and maybe a blast or something. Very nice committee.
Now, somewhere in here there was mention of the stipend for the sustainability committee. I was just trying to scroll real quick and see where I saw that as I was going through the packet over the weekend. And you know what I'd really love to do? I'd love to see a breakdown of the stipends that are given out. There are two stipends tonight that came out that I wasn't even aware of that were provided. And I'm just wondering what component of the salary expenditures is awarded to stipends. Is there on the budget, Becky, is there a line? Because I don't recall seeing that.
Yes, there is. On the expenditure budget, on page 1, there's stipend athletic and stipend, which would be all other than all the stipends for clubs or activities, whatever. So, but I don't have my calculator out, but I can certainly figure that out and get back to you shortly.
I think it would be a great topic for our summer meeting, because I talk to Andy about it a lot when we have our little PREA board member coffees. You know, that I think we just need to talk about that process. How do people get it? How is it reviewed? You know, is the same person doing a certain club for, you know, how do they get that all the time? And so I would like that addressed at our summer session.
We're working right now to collect a list of what stipends are being awarded, what clubs, what's happening in all the buildings, and we're trying to see where we're consistent and where things differ. So we will have that information.
Yeah,
Joel's in the process of collecting it.
And more importantly, I think if a stipend is awarded, I think there has to be some goals and expectations that come out of it. So I'd like to see some pro forma that goes along with it, if possible. One topic for the board, organizational meeting on page 287. Madeline sent out a memorandum of information calling the organizational meeting. So Dan, you mentioned that you have a few short meetings left, unfortunately, but May 4th apparently is going to be D-Day. And so I think we've already talked about that day, though, for the new folks and all. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Lastly, just a few things. Upcoming agendas. We have a meeting, as you know, on Wednesday, where we're going to talk, we'll provide you an update on the strategic plan from 2010 to 2015. We've worked to gather that information. We will also discuss the TIF. During consent, we'll just hopefully approve press issues 86 and 87. The next meeting after that is April 19th. It will be held at Jefferson School. We'll flesh out more agenda topics, but you've got a draft at this point included. We've had one Freedom of Information request. It's included in your packet. Brian also included an MOI in terms of where we are with follow-up on collection of student fees. And he reports that the uncollected fee balance has been cut in half from previous years, 22,045 in this report versus 46,532 in March of 2014. So it is having an effect. We're collecting higher rates of unpaid fees, so it's a good thing. Moving right along here, Dr. Lopez provided an update on Worlds of Wonder. As you know, we launched online registration for the first time March 2nd. We did print some course brochures. We communicated with families via school messenger. I had things in my newsletter just to get the word out that registration was going online. Within really minutes of it going live, we very quickly had hundreds of folks in the system registering. 680 kids to date. Will be in 1,543 classes. This represents an increase of last year, 510 students to 1,283 class offerings. We really feel the 24/7 accessibility is really what our families have come to expect. They're doing so much more online, and it's just kind of how we do things these days. And I'll get a lot of good feedback from parents. Like anything new, we did experience some hiccups, but we're able to work through them, and we've noted some additional improvement options for next year. But all in all, we feel it was a very successful launch of Worlds of Wonder, online registration. Tony has talked about the organizational meeting on May 4th. Vicki has already reported on sustainability. In terms of the Wellness Council, a couple big things they're working on. The Caught Being Healthy, they're walking through the lunchroom and they're incenting kids with raffle tickets if they have healthy lunches. We had a successful American Heart Association Red Out in February. Total proceeds during that event, we collected $2,149, and then it will be donated to the American Heart Association in memory of Lisa Garcia, which I think was very lovely. We will, when we get back from spring break, have a non-competitive, or so they think, spring fitness challenge where teachers are going to, and staff members are going to, and Becky, are going to participate in all kinds of fitness challenges in the spring in an effort to just continue how healthy we are. And this group is considering redesigning the Wellness Committee logo. And our next, if you have any ideas, you can submit them to Mari. And our next meeting will be April 28th from 4 to 5 at the ESC.
Good.
You also have your Maine Township School Treasury report. If you had any questions on that. And then two quick other things. Strategic plan survey, I know I said briefly, but we've had over 800 responses. And we've done some significant community outreach. So we've talked to Rotary, Kiwanis, the library, the Park Ridge Women's Council, who, and just a variety of groups really took us up on the opportunity to get into their organizations and talk to them about where we've been as a district with strategic planning and what our process is going to be moving forward. And again, the feedback there has been pretty positive as well. And that is it.
Again, the next meeting will be Wednesday night, 7 o'clock at Jefferson. Just one question about the strategic plan.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any outreach intended to go to other Baldrige certified districts to see what they do, don't do, and kind of get the flavor?
No, I haven't talked to our consultant, Bob Ewey, about that. He has helped several districts, achieve the Baldrige Award, but we haven't talked about outreach or trying to set up a meeting to talk about Baldrige. But he's coming into town. We have a meeting on Thursday. It's certainly, he's going to spend some time with us.
I mean, we had the CEC, which is very important. I get that, but I'm wondering if in the formulation of this strategic plan, we should look at other truly high-performing districts who are already Baldrige certified, and whether that might be a help in guiding us or not.
Okay, definitely. I'll mention it to Bob. Put it on my list.
I've got, and just one request, I was wondering, I read the Maine Township Treasurer report. Could we maybe see if we could make arrangements at some future meeting prior to the end of June to have the Maine Township Treasurer come in and give us a little presentation over how he oversees $59 million of our money, and I'd be glad to help.
Okay.
Yeah, he likes.
Becky, will you set that up? Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
He lives for that. If anybody wants to know that quote, the sustainability stipend, it was on page 288. I'm sure you're all writing that down. So is there a motion to...
I have one question real quick. That's all right. I went to take a look at our operating plan when I was reading through our packet. I noticed it wasn't updated since September 22nd. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Thank you.
We won't let it go. Don't worry. It's important.
Yeah, the goal on that was to have some updates, obviously more frequently. So, so are we? Any other comments? If not, do I hear a motion?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you all. See you on Wednesday.